around the jury. You can have a seat. You may be seated.
All right, members of the jury, good morning. Hope you had a pleasant morning. I do think we'll have a long day. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swear you in. So if each of you could raise your right hand. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Otis McKane, you will render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hands. Thank you so much. You are now an official part of the public administration of justice. I'm going to tell you how the trial is going to go, and some of the rules are going to have to apply during the course of this trial. Everything that I tell you, essentially, you have to follow. Right? These are the instructions from the court. So first of all, nobody can communicate with you whatsoever about anything related to this case. That means throughout the course of the trial, you are not able to go home and talk about this case with anybody. You can't use any cell phone technology or other types of technology to comment about the trial or the evidence or the case. You cannot go online and view anything related to the case. You can't watch any media reports, read any media reports or anything of that nature. All the information that you get from this trial can only come from within this particular courtroom. You're not even allowed to discuss this case with significant others, best friends, or with each other. The first time you'll be able to talk about this particular case, the facts in this case, and your feelings and thoughts about it are when the case is formally submitted to you at the end of the evidence and you begin the deliberations. So beyond that, if there is a violation in any way, it doesn't automatically mean that it's an issue that's going to cause a disruption. All you need to do is tell the bailiff. If any of those things apply, the bailiff will then let me know, and then I'll give y'all further instructions. We may have to go into what happened, what information that you get, and that kind of stuff. All right. So, recognizing all of that, you can obviously tell folks that you're in this trial. Right. That's something you can do. Obviously, you're gonna have to tell if you have a job, if you have family. You got to tell them that portion of it. But you can't actually talk about the evidence. There was a trial several years back in a different courtroom, a murder case, where somebody even looked up the law as it related to the particular trial, shared it with the other jurors in deliberations. That case ended up being a mistrial. We don't want those kind of circumstances here. All the evidence that you get is going to come from within this courtroom. All the law that you will need, I will give to you. So do not do any kind of outside independent investigation. That means don't go to any scenes that may be talked about. Don't look up any names or dates that could be related to the case. Everything that you get only from within this courtroom. Any attempts, again, communicate with the bailiff, and we'll go from there. Now, the bailiffs did talk to you about the rules in the courthouse. Is that right? That is, if you're fully vaccinated, there are certain rules. If you're not fully vaccinated, there are other rules. If there's any questions with that, please let the bailiffs know, and he'll advise me. Now, there's a notepad, and you have pens with you. You're welcome to take all the notes that you desire. There's a caveat. Those notes can only stay within the courtroom. So every time you exit the courtroom, those notes have to stay behind on the chair. Every time you enter a courtroom, you can then pick up your notes on the chair and continue to use them as you need to. The purpose of that is to make sure that you don't share those notes with anybody else, including each other, especially when you begin your deliberation. So when you deliberate, you're not going to have your notes with you. Each of you is an independent judge. So each of you, what you observe and what you see is for you to consider and to judge on. So as a result of that, we don't want anybody to say, hey, I wrote this down. As a result of it, my memory is stronger than your memory. Therefore, I'm correct on whatever issue there may be a dispute about. Please pay attention to all the evidence. There is not going to be a rereading of the evidence to you, and there's not going to be stuff that is going to be repeated for you. In other words, you can't stand up and say, hey, I didn't hear that. Can the witness repeat that? The only time you're going to have any evidence read back to you, any testimony read back to you, is if you're in your deliberations, there's a specific dispute about a particular piece of testimony, then you can ask me in writing, we have a particular dispute about what a certain witness said or did. In that particular case, if you tell me specifically what it is, then I can instruct a court reporter to read that. But so testimony will not be repeated. Now, the fact that you're in that witness box, to me, I've been doing this long enough, I can tell you it's very uncomfortable to sit for long periods of time and be stuck to the evidence. If you need any break whatsoever, it doesn't matter what it is, let me know. Just raise your hand. I'll see your hand raised. At that time, then we'll just take a break. We'll take a break for as long as you need. The most important thing during this trial for me is your comfort. I want to make sure that you're comfortable, that you're able to listen, that you're able to see if you need to see, and all those other things. So if you need to stand at any time and stretch your legs, please don't hesitate to do so. You don't have to ask me to do that. I consider that box to belong to you. Objections that are made by each side are a normal part of the procedure. When there's an objection from one side or the other, the rules dictate that I have to make a ruling on that. Don't concern yourselves to why I make rulings as it relates to anything, and if I instruct you to not pay attention to some testimony, to maybe disregard testimony, or maybe only consider testimony for a very limited purpose, then you need to abide by that. I don't have any considerations whatsoever in this case. Frankly, at this stage, I know just as much as y'all. Judges are not allowed to know about the facts of cases before they're presented in court. So I'm in the same boat that y'all are as it relates to the evidence. My focus is to be the judge of the law in the case. So when there's a legal objection, I'm going to rule on that. The issues regarding to what happened, that's y'all's province, and I'm not going to overstep that in any way. You are going to be the ones who make the decisions as it relates to what happened in this particular case, as we talked about in voir dire, as we talked about in that process where we went through and examined you. As a result of that, you use all the skills that you use throughout the course of your life to figure out what the truth is. Whatever that is, you examine somebody's demeanor, you listen to what they say, you see how they respond to things, you ask, is there a bias, a prejudice that they may have that I don't agree with? There's all sorts of things that you can use to determine whether or not you believe a witness is credible. And it's completely up to you to determine how credible you believe each piece of testimony is. It's completely up to you to determine how much weight you give to whatever piece of evidence comes in. Remember, testimony is evidence. All right, and so that's something that can come in as other types of evidence like written documents, charts, graphs, notes, police reports, if that comes in, autopsy, if that comes in. All of those kind of things are evidence, pieces of evidence that you can consider and determine how much weight you're going to attach to each one of those. All right. Now, through the magic of real-time and modern technology, I read everything that the court reporter is typing out. And so you're going to see me look at the computer quite a bit. I like to read. Sometimes I read just as well as I do listen. So I like to do both at the same time. I do that to make sure that the law is being followed. Sometimes people may come in on the side. Remember, we have over a couple of thousand cases pending in this court at this time. So maybe somebody will want me to sign something while something's going on. Don't pay attention to any of this. Your focus is to pay attention to what's going on as it relates to the evidence and what the attorneys are presenting to you. Because I want you to be comfortable, you're welcome to bring something to drink into the courtroom. You're welcome to bring in whatever you desire, as long as it's got a lid or top on it to where we don't have any spills or accidents. There's a refrigerator in the back, there's stuff in the back. Obviously, you guys are going to spend a lot of time together throughout the next couple of weeks. Please make yourself comfortable. That jury room belongs to you, and if there's anything that you need to address to me specifically, you do it with the bailiff. Never enter this courtroom without the bailiffs bringing you in through that particular door. Anytime you show up in the courtroom, you go to the back. Now, sometimes when we take a break, let's say we take a lunch break, sometimes there's legal arguments or issues that we need to take up during breaks, or sometimes I may send you out of the courtroom so we could take up a legal issue. If that process takes longer than what you think it should, don't hold it against either parties. Jury trials truly take a life of their own. You never know where they're going to go. There's something that, as long as you just continue with the flow, you do your job and pay attention to what's going on, everything will be okay. All right? Any of you have any questions of me? All right. Then we'll go ahead and get started. I do anticipate we will take at least one short break each morning, one short break each afternoon. I believe we'll go from 9 o'clock in the morning until at least 5 or about 5 o'clock. We will always take a lunch break. I know that's important for a lot of you. If one of you is late, as one of you was late today, then the whole process takes longer to get started. And so we want to make sure to be timely. We cannot start without every single one of you being present. All right? So there being no questions, State, are you ready to read the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, if you could stand.
True bill of indictment. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized, impaneled, and sworn as such at the January term AD 2017 of the 144th Judicial District Court of said county and said court at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and interior to the presentment of this indictment, on or about the 20th day of November 2016, Otis Tyrone McKane, hereinafter called defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Benjamin Marconi, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and the complainant was a peace officer acting in the lawful discharge of an official duty, and the defendant knew the complainant was a peace officer against the peace and dignity of the state, signed the foreman of the grand jury.
Did that, sir, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
You can have a seat. State, do you wish to provide an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. It felt good to shoot him. Those words came out of this defendant's mouth. 31-year-old Otis McKane.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to counsel approaching the defendant.
Overruled.
Those words, it felt good to shoot him, came out of this defendant's mouth when he was being patted down at the Magistrate's Office Detention Center after he was arrested for the capital murder of San Antonio police officer Benjamin Marconi. The him that this defendant is referring to is Officer Benjamin Marconi. Benjamin Marconi was 50 years old. He was a father. He was a new grandfather to his 6-month-old grandson Mason. He was a brother. He was an uncle. He was a friend. And he was a dedicated police officer working in the San Antonio Police Department for over 20 years. Detective Marconi graduated from the police academy in 1996, in January of 1996, and he patrolled the streets of San Antonio for many years until he became a detective investigator. At the time of his death, he was working in the Special Victims Unit, which at that time he was investigating domestic violence cases. His life quickly and abruptly and tragically came to an end on November 20th of 2016. Detective Marconi was driving a marked SAPD police car. He was wearing his police uniform, and he had made a traffic stop in front of police headquarters. At this time, while he was sitting in his car, this defendant came up from behind him and shot him twice in the head. Detective Marconi never even saw it coming. He didn't even have a chance to react. You will hear evidence that Detective Marconi started his shift that morning around 6:19 a.m. He got into his patrol car. He checked the signals to make sure the car was working, the electrical lights, did a safety check on the vehicle. And then he pulled out onto the streets of San Antonio. At that point, he had 6 hours and 3 minutes left to live. You'll hear that about an hour or so, hour and a half or so later, that this defendant, Otis McKane, comes up to police headquarters. You'll see video of that. You'll see the defendant. You'll see the vehicle. It's a black Mitsubishi with distinct aftermarket rims. Make a lap around the police department. The police department is located at 315 South Santa Rosa, just 2 blocks from here. And they have cameras on the outside of the police headquarters. And you'll first see the defendant's vehicle around 7:41 a.m. And he makes a lap. You'll see him on Urban Loop, which is the street directly behind police headquarters. He makes a lap around, full circle around police headquarters, and ends up parking in the Bill Miller's parking lot, which is directly behind. It's an employee parking lot, which is directly behind the headquarters. He gets out of his vehicle and he approaches the doors of the police department. You'll hear from Kevin Wilkinson. Kevin Wilkinson is a service agent who works for the San Antonio Police Department. He is working the information desk, and you'll see pictures of that information desk, but he's working there, and the defendant comes to the buzzer and pushes the buzzer and wants to come in. Kevin asks the defendant what he wants, or can I help you? And the defendant says, I want to make a visitation violation report. So Kevin Wilkinson buzzes him, lets him in, and the defendant comes up to the information desk where Kevin is working. Kevin says to him, how can I help you? And the defendant says, and this is around 7:48 a.m. that morning, November 20th, 2016, and the defendant says, I want to make a visitation report because I haven't seen my kid in a while. So Kevin asked the defendant, have you made reports in the past? And he said, yes, I've made a couple, but a few years ago. So at this point, it's now 7:49 a.m. Kevin calls upstairs to see about having someone come down to make a report. So come down to take the defendant's report. At that point, no one answers. Kevin tells the defendant, come back, we can wait or I can help you. And the defendant he just says no one answers. And the defendant says, well, I'll come back later. He says, I'll come back next week. So Kevin will tell you, I think that's odd for someone to come downtown to make a report, and then as soon as I tell him no one answers, that he's ready to go. He said he didn't seem upset, but he seemed like he was in a rush, is Kevin's impression. So the defendant leaves around 7:50 a.m. He exits police headquarters and walks to the Bill Miller parking lot, gets in the black Mitsubishi. You can see the rims. The distinct rims are what you notice about the vehicle. And he leaves. He leaves downtown. He kind of takes a turn, goes in front of Nueva Street, down Santa Rosa, and he's off camera. At this time, Detective Marconi has 4 hours and 29 minutes left to live. You'll hear that at 11:33 a.m., Ricky Martinez, who's driving a Pontiac Firebird, gets pulled over for a traffic violation by Detective Marconi. Inside the vehicle with Ricky is his girlfriend, his older daughter, and his girlfriend's 2 small children. Ricky gets pulled over on Santa Rosa, and Ricky ends up pulling up in front of the police headquarters, kind of right by the entrance to the flat parking lot that belongs to the San Antonio Police Department. Detective Marconi pulls up behind him and gets out and walks over to Ricky and asks Ricky for his driver's license and insurance. Ricky hands him his driver's license, and he tells him his insurance is in the mail. Detective Marconi then goes back to the patrol car and begins running Ricky on his MDT, his mobile data terminal, right in front of him. Ricky will tell you as he's sitting in his patrol car, as he's sitting in his car, his Pontiac Firebird, he sees a black car pull up right behind the patrol car. He's looking in his rearview mirror when he sees this. Ricky turns away and he hears 2 shots. Ricky's scared. He gets down. He then sees the individual tall male run back to his car. And as Ricky's not sure what to do or what's happening, he then sees the black car turn right in front of him. Now, Ricky's parked kind of blocking one of the lanes to the entrance of the parking lot. The parking lot has these traffic arms. So as Ricky's kind of squatting down, the black car that he's just described goes right in front of him, cuts through the parking lot, busts through one of the traffic arms. The arm goes over his car and then down the back windshield, and the black Mitsubishi Galant takes off across the parking lot, takes a right, exits out of the other arm, and again busts through the arm, so the traffic arm goes up onto the windshield, over the car, and down, and the vehicle takes off. Ricky says he gets out of his car, he goes over to the officer and asks Detective Marconi if he's okay, and Detective Marconi cannot respond. He sees blood on the officer's head and neck area. Ricky moves his car. You'll see on the video as well, he moves his car just around in case he doesn't know what to do, but he moves his car just a slight kind of curve, and you'll see that as well. He waits for the police, he cooperates with the police, and you'll hear from Ricky in court. There will be other witnesses that will come in and testify about what they saw. You'll hear from Alexandria and Jennifer Patterson. It's a mother and a daughter. They're from Luling. They were here in San Antonio celebrating Jennifer's mother's birthday, which is Alexandria's grandmother's birthday. And they were staying at the Doubletree Hotel, which is right on the other side of 35. And they'll tell you Jennifer was driving. The mother was driving. The daughter, who's grown, was in the front passenger seat. They were driving down Cesar Chavez, and they are at the light at South Santa Rosa and Cesar Chavez. They're on their way to meet family at Mi Tierra's restaurant. As they're sitting at the light, they look over and they see a patrol car that had pulled over another vehicle. As they turn to go north on Santa Rosa, and when they're parallel to Detective Marconi's car, they see an individual get out of a black car and run over to Detective Marconi's vehicle. They'll tell you they heard shots, and Alexandria tells her mom, what the hell? They're in shock. Like, what did they just see? What the heck? Alexandria will tell you that she got a good look at the shooter. The shooter then runs, gets back in his vehicle, the black car, and takes off. They then drive straight, make a U-turn, and come back to the scene. You'll hear from Juan Enciso. Juan drives a Via bus for the city of San Antonio. Juan is driving a group of Lackland Air Force Base recruits from Lackland Air Force Base to the USO, which is downtown across from the Briscoe Museum. He'll tell you, and you'll see on the video, you'll have an opportunity to see this, that he is to, when you look at the video, the video is at the corner of Cesar Chavez and Santa Rosa. As they're turning, you can see the Via Bus. In front of the Via Bus, closest to the police station, you can see the Cadillac that the Pattersons were in. And then you'll see the Via Bus. But it's a 2-lane turn as they turn from Cesar Chavez to drive north on Santa Rosa. So Juan and Ciso will tell you that as he's driving by, again, he sees, and the witnesses, a lot of them see and you'll hear that from their testimony, the black car pull up, a black man gets out of the car, approaches the officer's car. He'll tell you he heard shots. He never saw a gun. However, Alexandria Patterson did see the gun in the defendant's hand. Juan will tell you after he heard the shots and saw the individual run back to his car, Juan keeps driving. He notifies his dispatch, that what he just saw, and he tells them, "I just saw an officer get shot." He marks his Via camera because he has a camera on the Via Bus. But unfortunately, you'll hear that the camera malfunctioned. So we can't bring that to you. It didn't work, so we never had that video. Juan doesn't see him with a gun. Juan is brought back. An individual comes and takes his bus, and he's brought back to the police station to give a statement. You'll hear from Mike Flores. Mike Flores had just gotten into the Army. He's from San Antonio. And he took a drive. He was getting ready to leave to go to basic training. And he took a drive in downtown San Antonio. He was driving his red Dodge Challenger. He was in the left lane. And he'll tell you, when you look at the video, he appears to be behind the Pattersons at that light on Cesar Chavez, taking a left onto Santa Rosa. So he again sees the police car pulling over, has pulled over pulled over the red Firebird. And as he's driving by, he has his windows down. He stops when he sees the individual running. He thinks that he knows, this kind of draws his suspicion because he knows that officers don't like other people pulling in behind them. So he stops his car and he sees the individual get out, run over to the police car, and he hears 2 shots. He says he sees the gun in the shooter's left hand. The shooter then gets back in his car, takes off. Mike Flores immediately makes a U-turn and pulls up right behind the patrol car where Detective Marconi had just been shot. Mike gets out. He approaches the car and sees Detective Marconi with blood on him. He sees another officer running towards Detective Marconi's vehicle, and he's calling out, talking on his walkie. Mike Flores describes the shooter's vehicle. He says it's a black car. He describes it as either a Nissan or a Maxima with these black rims. He said he got a good look at the shooter, and he believed he would be able to identify him if he was shown a photo lineup. You'll hear from Alejandro Limon. Alejandro Limon is not from San Antonio. He had come to the La Quinta off of Dolorosa to meet his wife. He was working kind of out in the fields. His wife was from the valley, so they met here for the night. Alejandro Limon will tell you that he left. He left San Antonio to go back to work that Sunday morning, and he realizes he left his laptop at the La Quinta. So he comes back to the La Quinta to pick up his laptop. Alejandro Limon is driving a black pickup truck. And I tell you what cars they're driving, so you'll be able to see them when you watch the videos. So you'll be able to recognize who's in what car and what role they had or what they were able to see. So Alejandro Limon now is driving south on Santa Rosa, and he stopped at the light at Nueva in Santa Rosa. Okay. The police station is at that corner of Nueva. So if you look at the police station, in order to kind of fully understand, and you'll see a map later too, but the police station is at the corner of Nueva, Santa Rosa, Cesar Chavez, and Urban Loop. It's a rectangular plot of land, so to speak. Okay? So Alejandro Limon is at the light at Nueva, and he stopped at the light. He'll tell you that he sees a black four-door sedan who's driving north. He's north on Santa Rosa, make a U-turn in front of him, and pull up right behind the officer's vehicle. He's still at the light, and he sees at this point, he's thinking at this point that the individual is maybe an undercover detective or something. You know, he doesn't at this time think anything of it. You know, he's on his way out of town. And so so as he's at the light turns, he sees the individual get out of the black car, approach the police car, and run back and get into the black car. He drives towards the black sedan, and he doesn't see a gun, nor does he hear the shooting, but he sees the individual kind of running back with his hands down by his midsection, his crotch area is how he describes it. So at this point, Alejandro Limon is going to drive south until he sees the vehicle cut through the police parking lot, and he thinks there's something odd about that. So he ends up following that vehicle. He doesn't follow him through the parking lot because there's traffic arms there, but he goes straight, takes a right on Cesar Chavez, takes another right on Urban Loop, and then he sees the black Mitsubishi exit the police parking lot, go up to Nueva, take a left, head towards 35, and then take another left on the access road. Right. Alejandro Limon then comes back to the scene. He goes up to the police car. He sees several people at the police car and taking the officer out. The officer has blood, and this officer obviously is Benjamin Marconi, has blood, all over his head and neck area, and he sees the officers attempting to give him first aid. He makes the determination, or has the belief now that individual that he saw, although he didn't see or hear a gun shot, must have shot the officer. So he stays, he cooperates with the police, and gives a statement. You'll hear from a SWAT officer by the name of Chris Zigmont. He was walking out of police headquarters on the side entrance into the parking lot to get into his car when he sees the black Mitsubishi with these aftermarket rims bust through he hears a noise, a screech sound, and drive erratically through the parking lot. At this point, he looks over to the left, and he sees that a car had been pulled over on a traffic stop, and he sees a San Antonio police car. He looks at the individual's face, which is Ricky Martinez, and he sees something's wrong. So he rushes over to the police car and sees that an officer has been shot. He immediately gets on his walkie-talkie and calls his radio and calls for backup. You'll hear from Mark Bissett. Mark Bissett was here with his girlfriend and young sons on a race. His girlfriend was doing some sort of athletic event. And they were on Cesar Chavez, kind of further down, and he sees what happens. And Mark Bissett is a Army Green Beret with training, highly specialized medical training. So as soon as he hears this, he runs over and comes to the aid of Benjamin Marconi. EMS, and Detective Marconi, you'll know from the video, was shot at 11:38 a.m. by this defendant. you'll know that EMS arrives. They are dispatched at 11:43. They're not too far downtown. They're dropping someone off at the Nix Hospital downtown. So they arrive at the scene at 11:45. They're here quickly in 2 minutes. The other officers assist getting Detective Marconi onto a stretcher and putting him in the EMS unit. When the paramedics arrive, they see Benjamin Marconi, Officer Marconi, on his side. Blood is coming out of his mouth, and a SWAT officer is holding pressure to the back of his head. He's quickly put on a stretcher, put into the ambulance. Officer Art Lopez, who had arrived to the scene, jumps in the back of the ambulance to be with Detective Marconi as he's taken to SAMC, San Antonio Military Medical Center. Inside the ambulance, chest compressions are started right away. Blood is coming out. They're having a tough time controlling the blood, so they have to aspirate him. They gave him IV. The IV comes out. They are giving him epinephrine to keep his heart and his blood pressure going. They're losing Ben Marconi's losing his pulse. Things are happening fast. They take turns giving CPR, and they keep suctioning the blood. There's blood all over the ambulance, and they quickly get to SAMC. But at the time that Detective Marconi arrives at SAMC, his condition is worse, and he's listed as having, what they call pulseless electrical activity, so no pulse. He's rushed into SAMC. You'll hear from 2 doctors at SAMC. One is the trauma surgeon, and the other is an emergency medicine doctor. Benjamin Marconi is rushed into Bay 1. They receive news from EMS, the doctors do, as he's on his way in. They say, we have an officer that's shot in the head, and he's in bad condition. They assembled this team of doctors, from trauma surgeons to anesthesiologists to emergency medical doctors. They call neurologists, neurosurgeons down there. They know, they've been given word that Detective Marconi has been shot in the head. So as soon as he's brought in, they get to work. And right before they come in, Detective Valerie Sands, who is the trauma surgeon there, she tells her team of doctors, this is going to be a full court press. We're going to do everything we can to save this officer's life. Again, they are having trouble controlling the bleeding. Blood is coming out of his nose, his mouth. They're suctioning him constantly. They're giving him blood. They end up giving him 4 units of blood. They give him epinephrine. They are trying to get his heart pumping again. They have to do an emergency thoracotomy, which is where they cut open his side and put a rib spreader so that they can massage his heart to get it to pump again. Despite all of these heroic efforts, at 12:22 p.m., Dr. Erica Simon pronounces Detective Benjamin Marconi deceased. You'll hear at that time, there's that San Antonio police officer, Art Lopez, and Dr. Simons will tell you that he fell to the ground and he let out a large wail. You'll hear from Dr. Jennifer Roulant. She's from the Bexar County Medical Examiner Office, and she conducted the autopsy on Benjamin Marconi. She will tell you that he had 2 gunshot wounds to the head. The first gunshot wound is on his left cheek, right by his nostril, and it exits right below his right ear. That the bullet perforated his tongue his mandible and exited his neck. She'll tell you that there's evidence of close-range firing and that there's powder tattooing from the firearm on his cheek and on his left cheek and left eye. She'll tell you that the path of the bullet is front to back, left to right, and downward. She will describe to you the second gunshot wound of Benjamin Marconi. Benjamin Marconi was shot the second time in the back of the head, right here, and it exited out of the top of his skull. During autopsy, they found a small projectile, a small piece of a projectile right inside the base of his skull in the skin. So the bullet broke off as it went in through his head, a small piece. She'll tell you that there's evidence of close-range firing as well, that there's soot deposited near the wound. The path of the bullet was back to front, left to right, and upward. And the manner of death was ruled a homicide. So the investigation begins immediately, right when word comes up that Detective Marconi has been murdered. Police officers run out of the police station. They take witnesses up, any witnesses that are there, and they take them upstairs to get their statements. At this point, they don't know who did this horrific act in front of police headquarters. The first thing that needs to be done is this is from the officers, and you'll hear one of the first things that needs to be done is to preserve the video, any kind of video. In the patrol car that Detective Marconi is driving, there was a Coban video, okay? And it's called Coban's the company, but it's a video in the front of the vehicle on the grate. So you'll be able to see the traffic stop with Ricky. You'll be able to see Detective Marconi get out and talk to Ricky. You'll be able to see the last moments of his life on video. There's also another camera inside Detective Marconi's patrol car. It's positioned in the back passenger area, back passenger above the passenger door. And so from that camera, you can see what happened inside that patrol car. The camera has a toggle switch, and the toggle switch somehow was, at some point, had been switched. So the first time you see it, it appears to be in reverse. So so it's a little confusing the first time you see the original because of the toggle switch. It appears that Detective Marconi is sitting in the passenger seat, which he's not, and so I'm telling you this because that video was then taken to a San Antonio police investigator in the video investigations unit, and he performed a process where they're able to do a 180 because of that toggle switch to put it in the exact way it would have happened. Okay. And you'll be able to see both. You'll be able to see the first one and the second one. We'll obviously bring both to you. And when you watch that video, you'll be able to see Detective Marconi in his last minutes and last seconds of his life. And you'll see the first time he's shot, you don't see the gun, but you see a figure come in the back passenger window. You can kind of see a figure with a hat. And you can see kind of Detective Marconi's right shoulder. And right after he shot the first time, and we know the sequence of the shots based on that interior camera video. That Detective Marconi, the first time, was shot in the cheek, and the bullet exits, as I said, from his neck. And at that point, Detective Marconi puts his hand on his face, and he leans over just slightly. And then you'll see a hand come in. A hand come in right up onto Detective Marconi's, the back of his head, and you'll see that gun being fired. And Detective Marconi, after that second shot, slumps over into the passenger seat. You'll hear from another employee at the San Antonio Police Department, Eric Jimenez. And Eric Jimenez's job was to pull the video cameras from the police department of the actual shooting. There's what's called a parapet camera that's over the high up video that shows the Detective Marconi's car, Ricky Martinez's car that he had pulled over in the traffic stop. It shows the defendant's car. It shows the other vehicles that arrived afterwards. And so Eric Martinez pulled the various videos. And you'll hear from Eric. When crime scene investigators came to the scene, right away, immediately they were called out. There were 2 shell casings that were collected. One of them was found in the back seat of the patrol vehicle. And you can see the actual, if you watch it in slow motion, you can see the actual shell casing go into the back seat or go backwards. And a second shell casing was found on the ground, right outside the driver's side of the patrol car. You'll hear that 2 bullets were recovered. One of them is found in the passenger floorboard of the police vehicle, and the other one is found embedded in the front passenger seat, kind of on the right side of the seat. And you can see the indentation of where the bullet went in. The traffic arms, in addition to other evidence that's collected, this is the 2 traffic arms, the one that the defendant drove through on the Santa Rosa side and the one that he drove out of from the parking lot on the Urban Loop sign. Both of those traffic arms were collected. You'll hear from David Pendleton, the firearms expert, and he'll tell you he did a comparison of the shell casings and the 2 shell casings that were collected from the scene, that they were fired in the same firearm. He'll tell you that the types of firearms that fired these types of shell casings, they're .40 caliber shell casings, are Smith & Wesson and also Glock. The bullets, based on they're not able to do a comparison of the bullets to see if they were fired, but the 2 fired from the same firearm, but the 2 shell casings were. A command post is set up in the 3rd floor of the San Antonio Police Headquarters, and you'll hear from Lieutenant Bell, and he'll tell you that they had briefings every hour on the hour about the investigation. Tips are being followed. This becomes both a multi-unit state and federal investigation. The FBI is present, ATF comes, Homeland Security, DPS, Bexar County Sheriff's, and obviously San Antonio Police Department. They're following any leads. People are calling. I think I saw a black car here. Here's the distinct runs. Calls are being made. Officers are sent out to follow any kind of leads. A decision was made to release some still photos from that day, photos of the vehicle, and also of the suspect who had come to police headquarters that morning and spoke to Kevin Wilkinson. And Kevin will tell you right afterwards, right after he hears, like different people were saying, different witnesses were saying that the shooter was wearing a black hoodie. And so when Kevin hears that, he's still at work inside at the information desk. After the shooting, he runs outside and he hears that and he tells detectives, hey, there was a man this morning that was wearing a black hoodie that came to the police department, and he wanted to make a report for a visitation violation. So then they pulled those cameras too, those videos that show the individual walking in. And you'll hear that that individual is Otis McKane. And you'll hear that from the mouth of Otis McKane. So the photo of the individual, Otis McKane, who walked into police headquarters around 7:48 a.m. was released. The pictures of the black Mitsubishi with the aftermarket rims who had plowed through the police parking lot, those photos were released. And so police are getting tips. One of the tips they get is an individual, a name's given that it could be this individual named Lorenzo Calvin. Police go out, they locate Lorenzo Calvin. Later that evening, they bring him in. They question him. He denies any kind of involvement. He then says, during his statement, he was at work. He works at a dog or an animal daycare place. And so detectives call the owner, they speak to other employees. They learn that he doesn't own a car. He takes Uber. And so based on the alibi and confirming those alibis, they let 21-year-old Lorenzo Calvin go. They are satisfied that he is not involved in the capital murder. The police are not looking to just pick up anyone to solve this case. They're looking for the killer of Detective Marconi. So all through the night, police officers are working. They're all over the city looking for that vehicle. But before that, you'll hear that Sunday night at 6:22 p.m., this defendant, mind you, lives on Lombrano, on the west side of San Antonio. He and his girlfriend, Christian Fields, she lives in the next unit over, that they go to the Econo Lodge and they rent a room that night. They rent a room, the Econo Lodge is off 35 north of 410, and they rent the room for 2 nights. It's defendant, Christian Fields, and Christian Fields' 2-year-old child, Bailey. So they rent the room, they're there in the room, they're hanging out, they're ordering pizza, and you'll see the video. You'll see the video from the Econo Lodge of them arriving. You'll see later on the search of the room when it's discovered that he and Christian Fields had been there. Okay. So all through the night, the police are out looking. They're trying to follow any leads. They're trying to find the black Mitsubishi. At 9:15 a.m. the following morning, Monday, November 21st of 2016, there's a motor vehicle accident on the intersection of Poplar and Calaveras, which is on the west side of San Antonio. So officers are dispatched to that location. They arrive around 9:25 or so, and as they're there, they're talking to the people that have been involved in the accident. A second patrol car comes as a follow-up car. And you'll learn, too, that after Detective Marconi was murdered, that the policy comes out, because this individual is still out there, that all officers have to double up. An officer cannot be alone now in a police car. So a second set of officers arrive at the motor vehicle crash site. When they're told that they're not needed, that the other officers have the crash under control or their investigation under control, you'll hear from Officer Marco Ortiz. And he'll tell you that they're driving now south on Calaveras, right past the intersection at Poplar. And he's in the passenger seat. Officer Henderson's in the front seat. And as they're driving by, Officer Ortiz looks over and sees a black Mitsubishi Galant with the aftermarket rims that looks exactly like the car that he had seen on the video and those pictures that were sent out to look for. He gets out, and on the car he sees paint scrapings on the hood, on the windshield, on the back windshield of this car. He calls it in to his office, gives the license plate, and it's confirmed that the car belongs to Otis Tyrone McKane at 1236 Lombrano Street. At that time, an individual who lives there's a home right there at the corner. There's several homes, one on each corner, but an individual who lives at 1949 West Poplar at the corner of Poplar and Calaveras. During the wreck, he comes out and he tells the officers, I have video cameras outside my house. You may want to look at my video cameras to see the wreck. So after the officers discover the defendant's vehicle, just right past that intersection on Calaveras, they ask him, do you think you have video cameras of when, or how far does your video go back? Do you think you'll have video of when this car was parked here? And Guillermo says yes. So they go in, the San Antonio Video Investigations team comes in, they view the video. And what you'll see is, this defendant, Otis McKane, within 3 hours of having shot Detective Marconi twice in the head, parking his car there and leaving it there. He parks it there at 2:33 p.m. on November 20th of 2016. So just shy of 3 hours from the 11:38 a.m. when Detective Marconi was shot. You'll see the defendant get out of the vehicle. He kind of hunches down by the trunk for a little while. And then he gets up. He's carrying these rubber boots, or these boots that appear to be rubber at the time. You can't really tell, but these boots, he's carrying them as he's walking north on Calaveras, crossing over Poplar. And when he gets to the intersection of Poplar and Calaveras, you'll see on the video that he looks up and to look at the street sign, as if looking, okay, where did I park my car? He stops, looks up, and then keeps going north on Calaveras. And he comes out of view of the video camera at 2:37 p.m. You'll hear from Christina Vachon, who works at the Bexar County Crime Lab. And she'll tell you that she examined the two traffic arms that were submitted to her, one from the Santa Rosa side and one from the Urban Loop side, the two traffic arms that the defendant had driven through in his black Mitsubishi Galant. And paint scrapings were taken by CSI investigators and submitted to the crime lab. She'll tell you that the paint on both the front windshield and the back windshield had the same physical and chemical characteristics as the two arms, the two traffic arms. And those paint scrapings were taken from the front windshield and back windshield of this defendant's Mitsubishi Galant. She'll tell you that the paint on top, however it ended there on the roof, does not match either arm. You'll hear that somewhere around 9:45, 9:50 on Monday morning, November 21st of 2016, so not even 24 hours after this defendant shot and killed Detective Marconi, that he and his girlfriend, Christian Fields, are in this building. They're here getting married. They come into the Paul Elizondo Tower. On the Nueva side, you'll see them go through security. You'll see them get their marriage license. And they get married in a courtroom, just like one of these, that morning. And they leave here around 10:28, 10:25 or so, Monday morning. So while they're here getting married, while the defendant and Christian Fields are here getting their marriage license and getting married, a call comes to the San Antonio Police Department, 911, from a man named Joseph Hinojosa. Joseph Hinojosa works for Rent-A-Tire. The defendant, on September the 6th of 2016, had gone to the Rent-A-Tire at 813 Bandera Road. He had gone there to get new rims, these fancy black and chrome rims put on his Mitsubishi, and also new tires. The defendant, they knew the defendant. It's Joseph Hinojosa, Mike Garcia, and Justin Rodriguez, the individuals from Rent-A-Tire. And they're calling, telling Joseph Hinojosa specifically, is calling the police at 8:23 a.m. the next morning, Monday, November 21st, saying, I recognize the car and the guy that y'all are showing on the video. The guy is Otis McKane. And the video, and this is the man who, the pictures that are put out for the public to see are the pictures of the man who came in to police headquarters that morning to make the visitation violation report. And the pictures of the vehicle that are put out are the pictures of the Mitsubishi busting through the arms in the police parking lot. And he says, I know that man. He says, he comes in here every week to make payments on his rims. The rims are somewhere around $1,300, $1,400 that he makes these weekly payments on. They said he always wears a Spurs hat and usually wears black. So they give the police at that time, so at 8:23 a.m., Officer Marco Ortiz had already found the vehicle somewhere after 9:25 when SAPD arrived at the scene. But Joseph Hinojosa is telling the police it's Otis McKane in these pictures. He drives a 2011 Mitsubishi Galant. Here's the license plate, here's his date of birth, and this is where he lives, 1236 Lambrana. At that point, police officers put together a photo lineup. It's a total of 6 pictures with 2 blanks, and they go over to the home. The homicide detectives go over to the home of Mike Flores. Mike Flores is the one who's driving the red Dodge Challenger, who parked right behind. He's the one who stopped and observed it happening and said in his statement, I can identify him if shown in picture. So they go to his house. They show him a photo lineup. The officer who's not involved in the investigation at all. So it's what's called a blind administrator. He didn't put the photo lineup together, nor was he involved in the investigation. And you'll hear from Detective Sines that he showed Mike Flores the photo lineup, and Mike Flores picked out the defendant and photo number 3 and said, Mike Flores' words were, this is the person I saw shooting the officer. An arrest warrant was signed by a judge at 2:20 p.m. that same day, Monday, November 21st, 2016. Surveillance is set up. You'll hear that a covert surveillance units were set up all over town looking for the defendant. They were outside looking to see if he returned to get his Galant. They have undercover officers watching that in case he came back to pick up his car. His car has been there since he dropped it off. Instead of parking it in front of his house, which is about a half a mile to 3/4 of a mile away in Lambrana in the Lincoln Courts, he leaves it at Calaveras and Poplar. So it's still there 24 hours later. Officers are still watching it to see if he returns to get it. They go to other relatives' houses to see if he returns then, there. And they're parked outside looking in undercover units just in case he returns. They at one point you'll see that you'll hear from Danny Martinez. He's a detective, and he was doing undercover surveillance at the defendant's residence. And he'll tell you that he was parked kind of down the street, but he had an eye on the house, and that a white Buick pulls up, and that a female gets out, goes into her apartment, which is one building over, gets some bags, gets back in the car, and he sees someone in the front passenger seat that has the seat leaned back. So he can tell it's someone, but he can't identify or see who the person is. So the car gets put under surveillance. Eventually, the car is stopped. And you'll see a video of it. You'll see a video from the DPS airplane that was above as they're conducting surveillance on this car. The car pulls up. The defendant's in the car with Christian Fields and Christian Fields' 2-year-old child. They are going to go to Houston to drop off, or to head to, they're meeting Christian Field's mom halfway between Houston and San Antonio and Schulenburg. Okay, that's where they're headed. At some point, you'll see him stop at this gas station. That's a gas station fast food restaurant, Church's Chicken, near I-10 and 1560. They park there. At one point, the defendant gets out, goes inside, gets out of the passenger seat, goes inside, gets in the driver's seat. Again, this is Christian Field's white Buick. And then she gets out, she goes in and comes back and gets in the passenger side. As they drive and go under an overpass, you'll see on video all of these officers converge on the white Buick. The defendant's driving. SWAT, this is conducted by SWAT officers. They are highly trained, and their job is to safely effect the arrest of the defendant without harm to him or harm to themselves. One of the SWAT officers, Daniel Elborn, throws what's called a distraction or diversion device. And they use this often in cases. You throw it over the vehicle, and it makes a bang noise, a loud noise, so that individuals who are being arrested will look, and the officers can come in and get the person arrested without harm to anyone. So that's done in this case. The defendant's removed from the driver's seat of the car, taken over to a vehicle, patted down, and placed in the back of a patrol car. He is not harmed. He is not injured, and it's all on DPS airplane video. The defendant is brought down to police headquarters to speak to a homicide detective. The SWAT officers will tell you as they exited the freeway, they drive by the front of the police department, the public safety headquarters on South Santa Rosa. And as they're driving by the spot where Detective Marconi was murdered, the defendant turns and looks and gazes at that spot. He turns back, they then bring him in, and they take him upstairs to be interviewed by Detective Booth. After the interview, and I'm going to go into the interview in a moment, but after the interview, the defendant is walked out. He's walked out to a patrol car to be taken to the magistrate's office. And media is present around him. And it's a short walk from leaving the police department, it's inside the police department garage, to put him in the patrol car to transport him to the magistrate's office to be magistrated on the capital murder charge. A media person asked him, "What were you upset about, sir?" And the defendant says, "Society not letting me see my son, and I lashed out at somebody that didn't deserve it." These are not questions coming from police officers. These are questions coming from the media. Another media reporter says, "Did you know Officer Marconi?" And the defendant responds, "No, sir." Another media reporter says, "Why was it his fault that you wouldn't see your son?" And the defendant's response was, "I've been through several custody battles, and I was upset at the situation, and I lashed out at somebody who didn't deserve it. I'm sorry. It could have been anybody." The media asked him again, a reporter, "So you were upset and just wanted to take it out on someone?" And the defendant said, "Yes, sir." And you'll see that videotape. You'll see the exchange between the questions and his answers. And it's all there for you to hear. He then is taken to the detention center, where two SWAT officers hear the defendant saying, and he's kind of just saying these, he's not directing them at anyone, he's kind of just saying them to himself, that he was glad that he shot him. "You can't judge me. It felt good doing what he did." He said that he had to do something to get someone to listen. From there, the defendant, and then he also made that statement to Officer Morris that it felt good to shoot him. As soon as Officer Morris heard that, he notified his supervisor, and he wrote a report on it. The defendant was then taken to the Bexar County Jail, and he was booked for the capital murder of Detective Marconi. While he was at the jail, before, as an initial screening, they have individuals go through a mental health screening. And so he meets with a counselor by the name of Elroy Brown. And Elroy Brown will tell you about his conversation. He spoke to the defendant about 30 minutes or so. Elroy Brown is not law enforcement. And he'll tell you that in this conversation, the defendant admitted to shooting the officer. And he told Elroy he knew what he did was wrong, but felt justified in some ways. And finally, you'll hear the statement that the defendant gave to Detective Mark Duke of the San Antonio Police Department. Prior to making these other statements, Detective Duke interviewed him. The defendant was given water. He was allowed to use the restroom. He appears coherent. And he was Mirandized. His Miranda warnings were read to him, and he was asked if he understood his rights, and he said yes. And he goes on to talk, and it's a lengthy DVD video interview that you'll see. Okay? But he goes on to, Detective Duke interviewed the defendant about the capital murder case. He talks about his child issues that that the defendant has with the mother of his child. He tells Detective Duke that he is $8,000 in arrears on child support. And you'll see kind of the progression of lies. He lies to Detective Duke maybe 10 or 11 times before telling him that he was the one who was at police headquarters that morning. But he says at that point, but it wasn't me who shot the officer. I was just there that morning. Okay. He tells Detective Duke that he's left-handed. And you'll see when you watch the video, and the significance of that is that the hand that comes in, the defendant's hand that comes in and shoots Detective Marconi in the back of the head is being held in the defendant's left hand. You'll hear the defendant's statements about the case itself when he finally admits to doing it. He tells the police that he got rid of the gun and the clothes he was wearing so that they couldn't be traced or put back on him. He says he dumped them at some Bolero off of Babcock. And of course, police searched the dumpster later on after the interview, and they don't find the gun. They're not sure which Bolero. He doesn't tell them which one. He just gives a general area near a Gold's Gym off of Babcock. But the statements he makes, you'll hear. You'll hear from this defendant's mouth as he's talking to Detective Duke. He says, I'm not trying to prove a point. I was mad. I took it out on the first person I seen because I have nothing to live for, and I wanted to fuck somebody's life up. It could have been a 21-year-old. He goes on to say, I wanted to make the police station feel the burn that I felt in my heart. He tells Detective Duke, I already had that in my mind because of how heinous the crime was. I thought of me beating somebody up or shooting somebody is the only thing to soothe my soul at the moment. I knew from the moment I pulled that trigger that it wasn't the right thing to do. My emotions got overran, and I took it out on the first person I seen. I want to cry and apologize to this person and their family, but something in my heart won't let me, man. You'll hear those words and more from the mouth of Otis McKane when he spoke to Detective Duke on the evening of November 21st of 2016. After all the evidence has come in and you've heard it, you will know by this defendant's actions and his words that he committed the capital murder of San Antonio Police Department Detective Benjamin Marconi by shooting him at close range twice in the head. Thank you for your time.
Does anybody on the jury require a break? All right. Defense?
We would reserve opening, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, call your first witness.
State called Eric Jimenez.
Remember, if you need a break at all, just let me know. Brought my notes there. All right, I'm going to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you could just introduce yourself to the jury, spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Eric Jimenez, ARICJIMENEZ. I currently am assigned as a Special Projects Manager for the San Antonio Police Department. My current unit of assignment is the Fusion Center, where we monitor all calls, all hazards, and mitigate any threats.
All right, state.
Thank you, Eric. Can you tell us exactly what the Fusion Center is as a whole?
The Fusion Center, for lack of a better word, would be an intelligence mechanism that we have that supports federal, state, and local partners. They could be anything from fire, EMS, to mental health, to standard police departments, sheriff's departments across the boundary. We have a area of responsibility, regional. So our job is to mitigate or disseminate any information regarding all threats, all hazards, whether it's physical, virtual, or electronic.
Okay. And doing that job at the Fusion Center, are you a civilian or are you a peace officer?
I am a civilian.
And where is the Fusion Center located?
It is located at Public Safety Headquarters downtown.
And how long have you worked there?
My current assignment time would be from 2008 to present day.
And have you done this same job throughout that time?
Yes.
What are your daily duties when you're working?
Currently, what I do is on an everyday basis, we look at the log of threats that have come in. Like I said, physical, electronic, or virtual. We then mitigate that with analyst support as well as any kind of follow-up regarding investigators or anything of that nature.
As part of your job, are you kind of in control and manage all of the surveillance video equipment around Public Safety Headquarters?
Yes. Our assignment is we are what's known as the forward team to respond to any threats within the building and externally right outside the building. So we have access to that technology, which is known as a video management system, yes.
And you manage it, control it, you can retrieve videos off that system on a daily basis?
Yes.
And do those cameras run 24/7?
Yes.
And are those videos stored electronically for some period of time?
Yes.
About how long is that time?
Depending on the quality, anywhere between 10 days to 20 days.
And is Public Safety Headquarters at 315 Santa Rosa also what a lot of people, civilians, would consider police headquarters?
Correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. It's a Google map of 315 Santa Rosa. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this how it is laid out? Do
Correct.
you recognize all the streets that are marked on here?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, State would offer an Evidence states Exhibit 1, a Google map of public safety headquarters tender to defense for inspection.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Thank you.
That's-
Oh, sorry.
Anyone get in line?
And so what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit number 1?
This is the geographical representation of public safety headquarters at 315 South Santa Rosa.
Okay. And is your office within that address?
Yes,
And is that here in Bear County?
yes.
Okay. Do you have any ability to change or alter any of the images that you retrieve from the digital video system?
No.
How do you retrieve video off that system?
There is a tool that's built into the software that allows for a date and timestamp that you ask it to start when to export the data and when to stop. So once you have identified the camera footage in question, you put that into the export tool and it creates a media file.
Back on November 20th, 2016, were you, which is, I believe, the Sunday before Thanksgiving of that year, were you called down to police headquarters?
Yes.
And why were you called?
So I was called because since I'm the one that knows how to train our personnel, they obviously know that I'm an expert with regards to the use of the software. So at the time also, our unit was not operating on a Sunday, so they reached out to me as the first contact to assist with this process.
So was that unusual to be contacted on a Sunday to come down to headquarters?
Yes.
Who called you?
Detective Mark Clancy.
I'm sorry, what was that name?
Detective Mark Clancy.
And what did he need you to do?
As per his instructions, he told me that there was a critical incident at public safety, that I needed to be there as per the orders of my captain, who was both of us under the same chain of command.
And what had you been doing that morning when you got called?
I was just leaving Sunday services.
And did you immediately head over to public safety headquarters?
I dropped off my family, then proceeded to head downtown.
And what kind of situation was going on when you arrived?
Upon arrival, the public safety building that you see here was corridored off by safety tape and policemen and DPS. So I had to park across the street at the Washington building and then walk on foot, make entry on the first floor, badged in, and came up to the 6th floor where our office is at.
And what was the first thing you started doing?
Upon arrival, my deputy chief was there. His name is Otis McKane. As he briefs me of the situation at hand, just told me, do what you do and do it quickly. So I got started with a time and location of the incident.
And when you say incident, do you mean the shooting of Detective Benjamin Marconi in front of public safety headquarters?
Yes.
And so you knew what time that happened, and so what do you start doing?
At that moment, we had a time of the event, so what we started doing is working forward and backward from that time. Looking at the video at hand, looking at every vantage point from the camera angles, and started creating and documenting the timeline.
Okay. I'm assuming you had a lot of video that you had to sort through, and did you know what you were looking for as you're looking through it?
Yeah, so when the very first thing we did is pull up the footage of the incident, looking at that, working forward and backwards. We kind of knew vehicles that were involved, the vector that they evaded, etc.
And when you found all these snippets of video, or segments of video that included the vehicle you were looking for or the shooting itself, did you then retrieve it off the system, burn it to disk or whatever, and provide it to the investigating detectives?
Well, what my process was, I ended up documenting the incident as we would bookmark and make copies of that. I would give it to my captain. My captain would then forward that to the homicide detail.
And were you able to do that on that day, on November 20th? Were you able to provide that to him on November 20th?
Yes, it was, I would say during the course of the day, as we would provide this documentation, it was that same day that we were providing this, correct?
And did you also create a PowerPoint of the pertinent parts that would help them in the timeline, the detectives understanding the timeline of events?
Yes, one of the first things that we came to the conclusion was, as we're making a lot of videos, it was very hard to kind of keep track of the timeline. So that was instrumental in actually documenting it for everyone to kind of perceive what was determined as the timeline.
What was your next step after you retrieved the video and provided it to detectives? What do you do then?
Part of it was debriefing my direct leadership, my captain, and at that moment, any kind of follow-up unit that wanted to know anything else, we would sit down with them and kind of let them know what we have.
My approach the witness room.
Yes.
I'm going to show you 2 discs that are marked as State's Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit number 3. Do you recognize these discs?
Yes,
And how do you recognize them?
they're the export product of what I did.
Okay, and did you view them in their entirety and initial and date when you viewed them?
Yes,
And had anything been altered or changed from when you pulled these videos off of the public safety headquarters video system?
no,
So these are the same as when you pulled them for detectives back on November 20th, 2016.
yes,
At this time, state would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 2 and 3 and tender to defense for inspection. So this is the code.
All right, they're admitted.
So, since you were able to retrieve all of these videos and burn them to disk, I would like to go through and look at some of the footage that you have with you. All right?
okay,
First, we're going to do State's Exhibit number 2, which would be Public Safety Headquarters early morning footage that you retrieved.
It's almost 11 o'clock. I am going to give you a lunch break, so this would be a good time to take that at that break for the morning. Let's make it no more than 10 minutes. All right. We'll see you when you come back.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
As soon as you arrive. If you need a break anytime.
Sorry.
welcome to stand. We're standing to give you the respect that you deserve as the judges in this case. So welcome to stand, and we'll proceed from there. All right. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So what I would like to do is go through the different video clips that you provided to the detectives and play them. I'm going to try to do my best to play them in order, but by time, because through the morning, now these are the early morning hours, when the suspect first arrived and was circling around PD, correct?
Correct.
And this is on State's Exhibit number 2. And so what time of day are we looking at, and how can you tell what time of day we're looking at?
7:41 a.m. based on the date and time stamp bottom right.
And what are we seeing here?
This is a video of the actual vehicle in question that we were investigating. So by this time, we already knew what the suspect vehicle looked like. So working backwards, this is the one that we've identified in the early morning hours.
And so was this the first clip that you found as you started your investigation looking for that car?
Yes.
All right. And all the cameras surround the entire building, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us what angle is this that we're looking at? What street are we on? Where is this located?
This is on the west side of the building facing south. That street where that vehicle is currently at is Urban Loop, making its way west toward Chavez.
Okay. And would this be considered the backside of police headquarters?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play another clip. And what angle is this we're looking at?
It's also Urban Loop facing north, backside of Public Safety Headquarters.
And what time is this one?
7:41 a.m.
And as we go through this, are all of these videos from, so we're looking here at that same black car continue, I guess would be north on Urban Loop, correct?
Correct.
And do some of these clips overlap in time a little bit?
Yes, they do, and that's to capture time and space and movement.
so this is another view. Where's this angle?
This is still that's Urban Loop, and that's directly to the bottom. To the right is Nueva. The camera is facing westbound, to the west side of the city. And that parking lot that you see directly in the middle of the view is the Bill Miller's employee parking lot.
And I think in the earlier clips, we could see this gentleman walking farther down, so it's a continuation of that.
Correct.
And that's that same black car we've been tracking around police headquarters. What time of the morning is this?
7:41 a.m.
And what is that building on the right hand of the screen that looks like a hotel? Do you know what that is?
That's the La Quinta Hotel.
All right. The next clip, what angle is this that we're looking at?
That is facing eastbound. That would be the car right there on the approach is on Nueva, headed east. The runners are running northbound on Santa Rosa.
And that car is the same car we watched circle the building.
Correct.
And what time is this?
7:42 a.m.
Okay, and now this is yet another angle. What angle is this?
That is facing south. The runners are running up Santa Rosa northbound.
And is this angle located on the front side of Public Safety Headquarters?
Yes, it is.
And I see, because this says 7:41 and 20 seconds or so, it's obviously overlapping with some of the videos that we've already viewed.
Correct.
And as we look at this, what are we looking for?
At this time, we're looking for the vehicle of interest that would be making its way southbound on Santa Rosa.
And is that what we just saw?
Yes.
And so this is the urban loop clip that we've seen, like the same angle rather, correct?
Correct.
But it's at 7:42 and 45 seconds or so.
Correct.
So having compiled all of these videos, a second full lap of headquarters. What we're seeing in the background, okay,
Correct.
and is that the same black car? Excuse this on here. And what are we seeing here? This person walking?
The subject exited, and at this point now we have someone on foot, so we are tracking them throughout the process of making their way onto the premise.
And understanding the area, what direction is that person heading?
The person's heading and then eastbound on whatever to go around the building.
And how are you tracking this person when you say tracking?
So part of the software is once you figure out a moment of time and space, you work backwards. So once you've identified the person of interest, we're working backwards. So as we've identified the who, we just start rolling the footage backwards. So that's how we're able to stitch this up together.
And then this is that same angle facing Nueva and the La Quinta.
Correct.
And what time is this?
7:43 a.m.
And so since they overlap, we can see the black vehicle parking.
Correct.
And what are we seeing now?
We see the subject exiting the vehicle, making their way out the gate, and then based on the last footage, out the gate onto Urban Loop.
And so even though the times overlap some, these are contiguous in time. They're showing in order the time.
Correct.
And I think we can kind of see the individual walking in the bottom right-hand corner of this angle.
Correct.
And please tell me again, what is this corner we're looking at? Is it,
So the runner that's the corner of Santa Rosa and Nueva. The runner is walking northbound on Santa Rosa. This camera is facing east. So that is the northeast corner of Public Safety Headquarters.
and what are we seeing here, please?
The subject comes into the field of view. They make their way onto Unity Plaza, going toward the front of the building.
And what time is this?
7:45 a.m.
And what angle is this?
This angle faces the front doors of Public Safety Headquarters. This is also called the main entrance.
And are those doors locked on the weekends?
Yes, those are outside the hours of operation for that lobby.
What are the hours of operation, if you know?
They're Monday through Friday, about 7 to 6 p.m.
And 11/20/2016 was a Sunday, correct?
Correct.
But even on a Sunday, are people allowed to come in and make reports or seek the help of PD?
Typically on a case-by-case basis, yeah, but for the most part, during this time frame, there is security personnel downstairs in the security desk that would allow for that.
And so what is the individual doing now?
There's a proxy call box right there. By hitting a button, it calls a security desk. Being that the building technically is open 24 hours for personnel, they're communicating with them using that voice box.
And they're speaking to a person that's sitting inside the building when they push that button, correct?
Correct.
And this, what time is this?
7:48 a.m.
So the individual was led indoors at 7:48 a.m.
Correct.
It's 7:50, we see the person exit, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
I now want to pause on this particular video and pop in State's Exhibit number 3 and show you a clip of the interior of headquarters from that. So let me change out the disc real quick and then we'll look at that. having some computer difficulties, but it's trying.
Take your time.
Apparently it was operator error, I apologize. All right, so what is this view that we're looking at?
That is the inside of the public safety headquarter lobby.
And would this be the main entrance here we're looking at?
Correct.
And can you tell me where this camera is located within the entrance?
This camera specifically at the top of the lobby ceiling, which is probably 25, 30 feet in the air.
And we can see some of the runners going past outside. And what time is this?
7:50 a.m.
No. Keeps going back, doesn't it? Judge, apparently there's something, oh wait, now it's gone. Okay, so please tell us the time, when it jumps back to the full screen, what time does that say?
7:49 a.m.
So now we can see the individual leaving at 7:50.
Correct.
And this is the exit of Public Safety Headquarters.
Correct.
Now I'm going to switch back to State's Exhibit number 2 to watch the remainder of the videos surrounding the building, Public Safety Headquarters. And so this is the front view again at 7:46. So this would be a little bit before the suspect entered police headquarters, correct?
Correct.
And what door is this, or area is this person walking up to?
That would be the record management door, the entry to purchase a police record.
And does that remain locked when business hours are closed?
Correct, that's predominantly an exit.
And so if someone walked up to that and that's locked, they would then walk to the front main entry that we just saw to get in the building.
Correct.
And will you please tell us again what you call this area with that statue or monument? What is it called?
That is what we call the Unity Plaza. That's what it's been deemed by the city.
And what time is this?
7:50 a.m.
we see the individual that just exited police headquarters.
Correct.
And when you walk that direction, what are you headed to? What's back there?
It's the Billboard parking lot on Urban Loop.
And can we see that parking lot here?
Yes,
And what time is this?
7:51 a.m.
And is this a continuation of that individual we just see walk off Unity Plaza?
Correct.
And we just saw the individual get into that black vehicle and park back Bill Miller's parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And what time is this?
7:53 a.m.
And this is the angle of Unity Plaza, corner of Nueva and Santa Rosa, right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
The same black vehicle making its way south on Santa Rosa.
And this is the front view again of Santa Rosa.
Correct.
And is this the record store where that little walkway is? Is that the record store we saw the person walk up to moments ago?
Correct.
And was that the car we just saw pass by again?
Correct.
And what time is this?
7:53 a.m.
And was this the last video from the 7 a.m. time frame that you pulled of that vehicle?
Correct.
While you were getting things pulled and prepared, did you also create a PowerPoint presentation that just shows the clips of the car or what have you?
Correct.
And how did you create that?
Once we figured out the time of the incident, we got some intelligence from the security desk downstairs when the subject approached inside the building, so we created a wedge of time, scrubbing through all the footage, perimeter cameras, internal cameras. We started creating a timeline going backwards, and those snippets that you will see in the PowerPoint slide is that capture.
And so the PowerPoint is just made up of still shots from the videos that we watched.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Going to show you two discs that are being marked State's Exhibits 4 and State's Exhibit number 5. Do you recognize these?
Yes,
And how do you recognize them?
they're both footage that I've seen and I've signed off on.
Okay. And did you in fact pull this footage off the video system at headquarters?
Correct.
Okay, and so footage, one says Public Safety Headquarters late AM, and it has your initials and the date. And then another one says Public Safety Headquarters video slideshow
Correct.
with your initials in that. And you, as you said, created it from the videos that you had just pulled off the system at headquarters.
Correct.
Right. The system that you manage and control.
Correct.
At this time, State would offer State's Exhibits number 4 and 5 into evidence and offer to defense to inspect.
Let me just, as long as if I ask him a few questions about these, Judge.
Yes.
If I've got this right, these are like taken from the videos we've just seen, but there's still shots of it?
That one is, sir. That one's a slideshow of just
Okay, well,
stills.
let me make sure for the record we know exactly what, when you say that one, that would be
It says PS video slideshow.
in State's Exhibit 5.
Correct.
Okay, and exactly what is it?
They're just stills of the events that corroborate the total timestamp from moment of entry of PSHQ to the date of the shooting, date and time of the shooting.
Okay, but are all the photos that are on here taken from the videos we have just seen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and State's Exhibit, I've left my glasses back, 4, I guess it is. Exactly what is this?
So that's the footage of the later part of the day for Public Safety Headquarters.
Okay, so we have not seen this yet. The one you said is later in the day.
Oh, correct.
Okay. The objection we have to State's Exhibit number 5 is it's just pictures taken off the videos we've just seen. I mean, they're like isolating parts of it. I think it's just repetitive and unnecessary. State's Exhibit 4, we would have no objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted. State, any response on the objection to State's Exhibit 5?
Well, it's the same angles of State's 4 and State's Exhibit 2 and 3 that have already been in evidence. It's nothing new. It's just freeze frames of them.
Here's the other objection, Judge. I don't think we've ever seen it.
You've had that from the inception of this case.
I mean, as apart from the other, I'm sorry, we shouldn't be talking about this.
All right, so State, you provided that already to the defense,
Yes.
and it's your contention that State's Exhibit 5 would assist the jury in further analyzing the videos themselves?
Absolutely. So they don't, like, we just watched lots of videos so they can see one little clip of a car going past. This just shows the snapshot of the car going past.
And the snapshots are directly taken from the video that's already been admitted.
Correct.
All right, I'll overrule defense objection, admit State's Exhibit 5. On defense, if there's anything on the video or on the exhibits that you have not seen, please advise the court.
And you did admit State's Exhibit number 4, correct?
Number 4 and number 5.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
So I'm putting in State's Exhibit number 5, which is titled Public Safety Headquarters Late AM. What time of day is this, and
This would be 11:37 a.m. That's the corner of Santa Rosa Nueva.
and this obviously is a higher up view
Correct.
than we saw before. And what do we see here? Is that light?
This would be the black vehicle in question making its approach to Nueva on the turn lane.
And is this the same black vehicle you were watching in the 7 in the morning videos?
Correct.
And this is at 11:30 a.m.,
Correct.
11:38.
38.
And still on November 20th, 2016, correct?
Correct.
I would like to pause this at this point and go back to State's Exhibit number 2 to show a clip that is after the U-turn. I'm sorry, State's Exhibit number 3. And what is this that we're looking at here? What view is this?
This is called a parapet. This camera sits on top of the corner of that side of the building, which that street is Santa Rosa, and that's the entrance to our south parking lot.
And is that the same black car we've been seeing?
Correct.
And he runs up to the vehicle and runs back, correct?
Correct.
And we can see it bust through those parking arms. What parking lot is that?
That's the south side parking lot for employees only.
And what time is this that we're looking at?
11:40 a.m.
I would like to return now to State's Exhibit number 4 so we can see the rest of the footage that you pulled for the later morning. And can you tell us what time this is and what view?
Same view, parapet facing the south parking lot entrance. That's Santa Rosa, 11:33 a.m.
So what are we seeing here in this one?
At this particular time, Detective Marconi stepped out of the vehicle to contact the vehicle that he just pulled over.
And some of this overlaps with what we just watched in State's Exhibit number 3, correct?
Correct.
me the angle of this clip and the time.
The angle is facing our south employee parking lot. It's approximately 11:38 a.m.
And what is that street that I see cars moving on in the background?
That would be Cesar Chavez.
And are these the parking bars that go to the employee parking that we're seeing in the left side of this view?
Correct.
And what do we see there?
There's a black vehicle that we're looking for and stitching back and forth with the videos.
What is this view?
The back of the public safety headquarters building, the street to the right is Urban Loop, and the vehicles are going westbound on Cesar Chavez.
And what time does this video start?
11:38 a.m.
And can we see parking lift bars on this lot as well back here?
Correct.
And what is this we're seeing?
The vehicle of interest try to evade the parking control arm, come into view, not of view.
The side he leaves on, that car, was it the entrance or the exit of this parking lot?
The one we just saw. So that side is the entrance to go into the structure, to go into the parking lot.
All right. And what is this view, please? We just see the car go by. What is this facing?
This is Urban Loop, backside public safety headquarters.
And is that the Bill Miller's parking lot?
Correct.
And what is the time, please?
11:39 a.m.
And what is this in this area here? That man is just walking across.
It's our facilities parking lot, so it's reserved for the facilities manager.
And on the back side is Bill Miller parking.
Correct.
here again is that corner of Urban Loop and Santa Rosa, correct?
Correct.
And there's the black vehicle. And what time is this?
11:39 a.m.
Nueva and Santa Rosa.
This is Nueva and Urban Loop.
Okay. So the back side of Public Safety Headquarters.
Correct.
And again, that's the La Quinta we see on the right-hand side, correct?
Correct.
I would now like to go through the PowerPoint that you created to assist the investigation. And you created this PowerPoint at the time of the event, correct?
Correct.
Let me interrupt. It's about 12:32, and because of the pandemic, a lot of the restaurants in the courthouse area are closed. So we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break now. They close early, so I'm going to give you a little bit extra time today since it is the first time we've had lunch during this trial. I'll give you an extra 10 minutes so you can kind of situate yourself and figure out how things are working around the courthouse. It's currently 12:32. Come back at 1:45, and we'll continue the trial. All right. Remember the instructions I gave you. You're not allowed to talk to anybody about the evidence in this case. You're not allowed to do any kind of independent research or investigation. That's going to last until the conclusion of the trial. So enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 1:45.
All right, Andrew. May be seated.
I was about to floss my teeth. I had meat for lunch. Thank you. Thank you. I'd be like.
May be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant lunch. Where we last left off state, we were in the middle of your case in chief, and you're direct.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to pick up where we left off and go through State's Exhibit number 5, which is a PowerPoint that you put together at the time of the offense to aid the investigators in tracking down the suspect vehicle and the suspect himself. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as we go through this, can you kind of narrate for us what slide, how we know what slide it is, and specifically what time of the morning it is?
Very good. So just to kind of, so everyone wraps their understanding of what we're looking at, the field of view is obviously the camera. Down in the middle, you have the name of the camera as it appears in the system. This is actually being pulled from the system of record. And at the bottom left, you see a date and time stamp. So now I'll kind of walk you through it. So this would be Urban Loop, 7:41 a.m.
And again, all of these are pulled from the videos that we just watched
Correct.
before lunch.
That's correct. Here, 7:41, same side of the building, Urban Loop. Same side of the building, Urban Loop and Nueva, 7:41. 7:42, you have Nueva and Santa Rosa. 7:42, Santa Rosa. 743 Urban Loop.
So this is another loop around then, correct?
Correct. 743 pulling into the Bill Miller's employees parking lot. 743 subject is exiting the vehicle. 744 subject is crossing the urban loop. Subject Unity Plaza. 745. 746 still within Unity Plaza. This is the front side of Public Safety Headquarters. 746 front main entrance of Public Safety Headquarters. 747, this is Santa Rosa outside the Records Management exit door. 747 coming back toward the front lobby doors. 748 front lobby doors. 748 entrance inside Public Safety Headquarters lobby. 750 exiting Public Safety Headquarters lobby. 750 crossing Unity Plaza. 750 coming back from Unity Plaza down Nueva. 751 crossing Urban Loop heading back to the Bill Miller's parking lot. 752 subject entering vehicle. 753 vehicles on Nueva. 753 southbound on Santa Rosa. 1134 coming from Santa Rosa onto Nueva. 1135 coming onto Urban Loop from Nueva. 1135 Urban Loop about to hit Chavez. 1137 background black vehicle heading eastbound on Chavez. 1137 northbound on Santa Rosa. 1137 vehicles turning lane on Santa Rosa. 1138 vehicles making U-turn heading southbound on Santa Rosa. 1138 vehicles southbound Santa Rosa. 1138 subject exit vehicle on Santa Rosa. 1138 vehicle breaks south parking lot entrance exit ramp. 1138 vehicles in south parking lot Public Safety Headquarters. 1138 vehicle exits in the entrance side of the backside of Public Safety Headquarters. 1139 vehicle is northbound on Urban Loop. 1139 vehicles on Urban Loop at Nueva. 1139 vehicle heads west on Nueva.
And after you gathered all these items, the video made this PowerPoint to assist investigators, was that the end of your involvement with this case in regards to the videos?
Correct.
And were you called back to pull any other video at any time?
Negative. No.
At this time, state will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Just a few things. Your testimony is centered around these surveillance cameras and what you were able to download, correct?
Correct.
Is that the only system you dealt with in this case?
Correct.
Okay, so nothing about any mobile data units or cell phones or anything like that?
No, sir, I'm not part of that.
Okay, I have no other questions, Judge. Thank you.
State.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused.
Your Honor, say called Kevin Wilkinson.
I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. All right, we'll lower your hand. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Kevin Steve Wilkinson, K-E-V-I-N.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you, sorry.
W-I-L-K-I-N-S-O-N.
All right, state.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkinson, can you tell the members of the jury how you're employed?
I'm currently employed with the San Antonio Police as an officer
And how long have you been an officer with the San Antonio?
since April 23rd.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you just got out of the academy?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the members of the jury what your duties are now?
I'm a current police officer. I patrol the streets of San Antonio.
Are you from San Antonio, Kevin?
I've been here since 1995.
I want to take you back to November the 20th of 2016. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where were you working on that day?
At the time I was a civilian working at the front of in headquarters. At the fishbowl is what we called it. It was the front desk. That's what I was doing.
Okay, and this would have been November of 2016. When did you start working as a civilian for the San Antonio Police Department?
Since July 6th or 7th of 2009.
Okay. So in 2016, you would have been there several years already, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you say the fishbowl, can you tell the members of the jury what do you mean by that? What's the fishbowl at the San Antonio Police?
It's a desk that's shaped like a circle, and it's got a bulletproof glass all the way around it, so it resembles like a bowl, like a fishbowl.
Okay. And on the what time did you come to work on the morning of November 20th, 2016?
My duty hours were from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
And can anyone back then, this would have been a weekend, is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury, can you describe, this is a public building, how people would have come and gone at that time into the lobby of the San Antonio Police Department?
On the weekends, it's typically locked, and then you would have to use an intercom in order to gain access to the inside of the building.
Okay. And if somebody were to press the intercom, who would they speak to?
The front desk, which would be me.
And that would have been you on November 20th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall, I want to take you back to around 7:40 sometime that morning, I guess about 30 minutes after you were to come on, or 30 minutes, 45 minutes after you came on, were you approached by an individual who wanted to come into the lobby?
Yes.
Okay. And can you, and why does the day of November 20th, 2016, why do you remember that day?
That's the day that Detective Marconi was shot and killed.
So, was it a significant day?
Yes.
Now, when, how did you first come into contact with the person? You said they pressed the button and they tried to contact you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember the first person that came into the lobby that morning?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you describe that person, please?
The black male, he was wearing at the time it was a black hoodie and dark colored jeans and some a beanie cap or a hat with white lettering.
So when he pressed the intercom, wanting to come in, do you recall what he said to you?
That he wanted to make a report for a visitation violation, or not those specific words, but he wanted to make a report.
Okay. And did you say anything back, or did you just open the door?
I opened the doors.
And the doors, you say they're locked, so do the doors automatically open, or does somebody have to?
No,
open the
they
door?
automatically open, both sets of doors.
Okay. And you've already kind of described what the individual, how they were dressed. When the individual came in, do you recall what they were, how they walked towards the fishbowl?
He had his hands in his pocket, one of his hands in his pocket as he approached the counter.
I believe you said he was wearing a hoodie and or, I guess, some kind of pants. Where were his hands, if you recall? Were they?
Inside the hoodie.
Okay. And about how far is the entrance from where they come in to the fishbowl, just, you know, approximately?
Maybe 50 feet.
Were you the only person in the fishbowl?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, you say the fishbowl is surrounded by bulletproof glass, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And for what purpose is that?
That's just the way they built it. I'm not sure.
Okay. And was there anyone else in the lobby that morning at that time besides yourself and the person you just described?
No.
And did the person then approach you in the fishbowl?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're speaking to somebody in the fishbowl, are you speaking through a speaker, an intercom system, or how does that work?
It's going to be an intercom system, a little speaker.
Okay. Do you recall the person approaching you, and right there at the fishbowl, can you describe what that looks like? And we'll show a picture in a few minutes, but can you describe for the jury kind of what that looks like? And I'm not just, you've already described how it's surrounded by bulletproof glass, but I'm talking about the area where somebody would walk up to in order to talk to you.
The side that I sat on, it was kind of like a, I guess it was for handicap accessible. So the counter's a lot shorter than the rest of the counter. So he approached at that side on the corner.
And do you recall when he spoke to you, how he was standing, or what position? Or
He was leaned over to the side, like kind of like off to the side.
And were his hands still in his hoodie, or were they out? Or do you remember?
I remember one hand being in the hoodie, but I'm not sure about the other.
Okay. And did y'all have a conversation then when he approached you at the fishbowl?
I asked him how can I help him, and he said that he wanted to make a report. And I asked him what the report was for. He said he hadn't seen his children. I had asked him when's the last time he made a report, and then I contacted upstairs for a light duty officer to come down and make a report.
And after you did that, what was your response to him, or what did he do?
He just stood there until I got off the phone.
Okay. And once you got off the phone, what did you tell him?
I told him there was no one that answered, that I can have an officer come in from the streets to take that report.
Do you recall how long he had said that it had been since he had made a visitation violation report?
It was 2 years.
Now, once you told him to hold on, that you would get somebody to come down to take care of him, what did he do next?
After I told him I could have somebody come in and take the report for him, if I get some information from him, he told me never mind, and then started to walk off as I was talking to him. And I told him, sure, I can have someone come in, and then he just continued to walk, said never mind.
What were your job duties in the fishbowl? I mean, are you there to serve the public?
Yes, sir.
So were you trying to serve him and to take care of his needs?
Yes, I was.
So when he walked out, where did he go?
He walked out the front doors.
Did you find anything unusual about the fact that he came in, stayed a short while, and then saying he wanted to make a report and then left?
Yes, I thought it was a little unusual for him to come in that early in the morning to want to make a report and then just walk out.
Now, what did you do based on you finding that situation unusual?
I followed him with the cameras.
And how would you do that? Can you describe for the members of the jury how would you do that?
It was a computer system, and it's all, of course, with the mouse, and you click it and move the cameras. So I did that as he walked around the building. And then when he got to where he parked his vehicle, I stopped. And I left the cameras there.
At this point, I think, when did you say you had started? 2009?
2009.
Okay, so I guess at this point you've been working for 7 years?
Yes, sir.
SAPD. Can you tell us in that time period, how many times had you followed someone who'd come into the lobby of the San Antonio Police Department with a camera?
Either 1 or 2 times.
So this was either the first or second time you'd ever found it necessary to do?
Yes.
Can you wait
Wait.
till he finishes the question completely
Yes.
before you answer?
Sorry.
That's fine.
And Officer Wilkinson, when the person who was at the window to come and make the complaint, I think you said no one else was in the lobby at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was your opportunity like to see this person? I mean, were there any distractions or anything interfering with your ability to look at them?
No.
Okay. Were you paying attention to them?
Yes.
And did you feel like you had the time to enough time to pay attention to them to know what they look like?
Yes.
Now, the person who walked into the lobby on the morning of November 20th, 2016, and who you saw, I guess, as he was trying to ring the doorbell, and then who walked in towards the fishbowl that morning, and then who came up and approached you, and y'all had a conversation, you gave him some information, and he left. Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And can you point him out and describe what he's wearing, please?
He's wearing a white dress shirt with a tie and black slacks.
And if I were to say, this is number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, what number would he be?
Number 4.
Your Honor, I'd like the record to reflect that the officer has identified the defendant. Now, this was early in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen over the course of the rest of that day as far as when you were there working?
Yes, an officer was shot.
And how did you know that?
After hearing the E-tone go off that there was an officer down, I went outside, thinking there was an officer just maybe had a heart attack. So when I went outside, I seen a patrol car at the front, on Nueva across the street from Bill Miller's. I seen the patrol car and I kind of walked over there, and then I started seeing people doing the cross sign, and at that point I knew something had happened. And then I had seen officers running down the street from opposite end of where we were standing.
And can you tell the members of the jury and us, frankly, what is an E-tone? What does that mean?
It's like a distress call for, if there's a robbery, an officer in trouble. It just goes all out to every officer in the city. It's like an alert.
Okay. And what are the responsibilities of the officers in response to an E-tone?
To pay attention to what's going on.
And did you see officers that morning pay attention to what was going on?
Yes.
Now, at the time you were out there, and can you tell us, besides, I think you indicated people doing this, let the record reflect you were making the sign of the cross.
Yes, sir.
Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So, can you describe for us a little bit more, if you can, what the scene was like? I mean, did you see? If you saw a patrol car, did you see who was in the patrol car?
I couldn't see exactly who it was until they pulled him out, and that's when I noticed it was Detective Marconi.
Did you know Detective Marconi?
Not on a personal level.
But working the fishbowl, would you see him coming and going?
Yes.
And when they pulled him out of the vehicle, could you tell what condition Detective Marconi was in?
No, I could not.
Could you tell, were people rendering assistance or trying to render aid to Detective Marconi?
Yes, sir. A couple officers were trying to, I don't know what they were doing, but they had pulled him out of the car and laid him on the ground.
Now, I know you're not an officer at this point, you're a civilian, but what did you do in response to what was going on?
I asked one of the, I don't remember who it was, but I asked an officer, should I shut the building down, lock it up? So I went ahead and I locked up the doors to the headquarters.
And approximately what time would this have been?
maybe like 11:30ish.
Okay. Now, from the time the person you've identified, the defendant, came in that morning to the time you heard the E-tone, have there been other people entering the lobby besides the defendant that morning?
Later on, there was a few people that had appointments with detectives, so they were sitting on the bench at the time.
Okay. And in order to sit on the bench, would they have had to enter the main lobby of the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, did you have any other involvement the rest of the day with the shooting of Detective Marconi?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the members of the jury how that happened?
After hearing, I guess, the suspect information over the air, the clothing description, I had brought it to one of the sergeant's attention that I had a gentleman come in earlier that morning matching that description, and so I gave a report to a detective about what I had seen earlier that morning.
And did you let the detective know that you had followed that individual with the video camera?
Yes, sir.
And did you let the detective know everything that you've told the members of the jury this morning as far as your interactions with that person?
Yes, sir.
And did you also relate that you thought his behavior that morning was highly unusual?
Yes, sir.
Now, still keeping on the day of November 20th, 2016, continuing on that day, at some point was a photo lineup or a photo shown to you that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember approximately how many individuals were in that?
6.
Okay. And can you describe for the members of the jury the race, ethnicity, or background of the people contained in the photo lineup?
All African American.
Okay. And when you were shown that lineup, Officer Wilkinson, on November 20th, 2016, Sunday, were you able to identify anyone?
No, I was not.
Okay. Was the photo of the defendant, who you've identified here this afternoon in court, was that photo contained in that photo lineup you were shown on Sunday, November 20th, 2016?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you know you didn't identify anyone?
No.
Now, the next day, let's go to November 20th, 2016. Okay? The following Monday. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. The 21st, I'm sorry. Yeah, first, Your Honor.
Yes.
Officer Wilkinson, let me show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 6. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you can recognize that and identify it?
That's going to be the front doors where the intercom is,
Okay.
outside of the building.
And would that be the intercom where the defendant first contacted you?
Yes.
Now let me show you State's Exhibit number 7. And tell me if you can recognize that and identify it.
That's going to be the interior doors to the building,
Okay.
to where the lobby is.
Right. Now, State's Exhibit number 8. Can you look at that, tell me if you recognize it and if you can identify it?
That is going to be the fishbowl, or the front desk.
All right. And State's Exhibit number 9. Can you tell me if you recognize that and can identify it?
Yes, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be the front desk.
Okay. And within State's Exhibit number 9, can you see who's in the fishbowl?
Yeah, it's going to be me.
That's you. Okay. State's Exhibit number 10. Can you tell me if you recognize that and can identify it?
Yes, this is going to be the gentleman that came in that morning.
Okay. And what is that there? What is that?
That's a photo of the gentleman here.
Okay. And is your handwriting on that photo?
Yes, it is.
And are you identifying him on Monday, November 21st, 2016?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you're saying that is the individual who came in that morning?
Yes, it is.
And you made that identification the day after you saw him in the lobby?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 11. Do you recognize that, and can you identify it?
Yes, that's going to be after I opened the doors. He walked in.
Okay. And when you say he walked in, who do you mean walked in?
Otis McKane.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State will offer into evidence State's Exhibits 6 through 11. 10 within the council.
What is that? It's a 7. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 7 through 11 are admitted. 6?
State's Exhibit 6 through 11?
6 through 11.
Okay. And Officer Wilkinson, that day, November 20th, 2016, do you recall if anybody else came in to work official besides you after Mr. McCain came in that morning?
Yes, my coworker at the time, Jennifer Sellers.
Do you remember what time she came in?
She comes in at 9 at the time.
Officer Wilkinson, this is the first time I've used this fancy technology for me. State's Exhibit number 6, it's now been admitted into evidence. Can you tell the members of the jury what that is?
That is going to be the front doors to the headquarters where the intercom system is.
Okay, and that pillar in the center of State's Exhibit number 6, for lack of a better term, is that where you see the intercom?
Yes.
And would that have been the intercom that the defendant used? That
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me show you State's Exhibit number 7, and can you tell the members of the jury what that is?
That is going to be the interior doors to the lobby.
Okay. Now, would that be entrance or exit doors?
Either one.
Either one? Okay. State's Exhibit number 8, that's been admitted into evidence. Can you tell us what that is?
That's going to be the front desk where I worked.
Okay. And that's what you've been referring to?
As the
I've been
fishbowl.
referring to as a fishbowl. Okay. And I guess would that circular glass around the top of it be what you were saying was bulletproof glass?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit number 9, what is that? What does that depict?
It's the same desk, the fishbowl, and a picture of me inside of it.
Okay. Is that just a closer view than State's Exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where you would have been seated when the defendant came in to talk to you that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately, we see where the speaker is. Can you tell us about where the defendant would have been standing, located, leaning, whatever, when he spoke to you?
To the right of the speaker.
Okay.
Where
To
the
right
right
of the
counter
speaker.
is.
Okay. So which would have been to your left? Is that correct?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 10, which has now been admitted into evidence. Can you tell the members of the jury what that is?
It's going to be the picture, the lineup picture I was showing on the 21st of Otis McKane.
Okay. And it states it was shown to you at 11:11 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
On November 21st, 2016. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And is that your signature on there indicating that that's the person who came in the day before on Sunday morning?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit number 11. Can you tell the members of the jury what that is?
That is a picture of when I had opened the doors and let Mr. McCain through the doors, and as he was approaching the front desk.
And is that the view you would have had as you sat in the fishbowl on that morning?
Yes.
And that person depicted in State's Exhibit number 11, is that the person you've already identified as Otis McKane?
Yes.
This occurred in 2016, Officer Wilkinson. What year was it that you joined the San Antonio Police Department now?
As a police officer or
Yes.
as a civilian?
As a police officer?
It was August 31st, 2020.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll pass the witness.
Officer Wilkinson, when was the first time you applied to the San Antonio Police Department?
It was back in 2017, sir.
Pardon me?
2017.
Okay. And you didn't go that time?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, prior to your testimony, Jim, did you get that light out of mine?
Sorry.
No, that's,
I know to use it about as well as you do. Sorry.
as soon as I get my vision back, okay, sir. Did you read you gave us a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
On November 20th at about a little after 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
All right. And have you read it before you testified?
Yes.
Okay. Not that I'm making an issue about this, but do you remember reading that you said this happened on November 20th, 2015 in your statement?
Could have been a typo, sir.
Pardon?
It could have been a typo.
Well, I'm sure it is, but I'm just saying it's there. It's not something you corrected.
No, sir.
Okay. So whatever, it looks like it's Detective Michael Moore is who you talked to?
Yes, sir.
So whatever he wrote, you signed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you say you're shown a photo spread of 6 different individuals and were unable to identify anybody.
Yes.
Okay. And then you're shown this individual picture of someone and you say that looks like the guy.
Yes.
Okay. But then you didn't say that is the guy. You said that looks like the guy. At that time, did you know that whatever detective showed you that photograph, this was his suspect?
I didn't know.
Okay. But you didn't find unusual, now here's just one picture I'm identifying?
I'm sorry?
That you're identifying this one picture now?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions. And never mind, no other questions, Judge, thank you.
No questions.
All right, you're excused. All right, State, call your next witness.
State calls Curtis Walker.
You can have a seat. I'm going to swear you in. All right? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can lower your hand. If you'd introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Curtis Walker, C-U-R-T-I-S, Walker, W-A-L-K-E-R. I'm a lieutenant with the San Antonio Police Department.
All right, State.
Yes, Your Honor. Can you tell me how you're currently employed with SAPD?
Yes, ma'am. I am assigned to the airport as the Assistant Airport Police Commander.
And back on November of 2016, what were your duties for SAPD at that point?
In November 2016, I was assigned as a supervisor of the downtown bike patrol unit on the daylight shift.
And did you have a supervisor? Were you a sergeant? Were you a lieutenant? What were you at that point?
I was a sergeant.
A sergeant. And what did that entail, being the supervisor of the bike patrol downtown?
The office duties of keeping track of who's working, pay sheets, worksheets, downtown bike patrol. we constantly had different programs going on downtown.
Like what kind of programs, if you don't mind telling us?
We would saturate different areas of downtown with officers based on whatever type of crime issues we had going on at the time. As a sergeant, I attended a lot of the meetings with the downtown business owners, the security groups from the downtown hotels. Just spent a lot of time staying in contact, keeping a good pulse on what was happening in the downtown area, and then trying to get out and supervise the guys when I had the opportunity.
So as you know, obviously tourism is a big way of earning money in San Antonio. So was it important to have a lot of officers out on the street in downtown where most of the tourists are located?
Absolutely, and that's basically the mission of the Bike Patrol Unit. I don't remember the exact numbers, but we had nearly 50 officers on daylight and then about the same on the B shift, and that was additional manpower in addition to the patrol officers who drive around in patrol cars in the downtown area.
Would you also have people from other units that would come and work overtime shifts to help infiltrate downtown and keep it well covered?
We did, and Detective Marconi was a part of that. That was a special initiative that focused on the downtown area, and we would hire bike officers or patrolmen and detectives from anywhere in the city.
But when people work those shifts, they are still official SAPD police officers. Yes.
Yes,
And they are just happening to work a schedule different from what their normal schedule would be any given day.
that is correct.
The city of San Antonio pays these police officers when they work these overtime shifts.
Yes, and it came through regular payroll.
And you had mentioned that Benjamin Marconi, as a detective in another unit, would come and work some of these overtime shifts with you guys.
That's correct.
And can you tell me what he was directed to do as part of those shifts?
So it was high visibility and proactive law enforcement. We wanted to saturate the area. We wanted the tourists and the business owners and just anybody that was downtown to feel comfortable in their everyday activities. And so high visibility was very important, but the officers were also given full discretion to use their law enforcement authority for anything that they came across.
And how long had Ben been doing this shift with you guys?
I don't remember exactly. It was months, but I can't put an exact time on it.
And when he would work these shifts, were you usually the supervisor in charge?
So I was the only supervisor there on Sundays, and he worked a lot of Sundays. So yes, when I don't know what other days he may have been working, but I know quite often he did work Sundays.
And as a detective in the Special Victims Unit where he traditionally worked throughout the week, he wouldn't have had a patrol vehicle assigned to him. So how would he get a patrol vehicle to do his shift?
So the patrol vehicle that he was driving on November 20th was actually the supervisor's vehicle. That would have been the vehicle that if I wanted to drive a vehicle, that would have been my vehicle that day.
And is it marked traditionally like an SAPD police unit?
It has all the same markings with just the additional word supervisor on the front quarter panel.
And does it have lights, a light bar on top as well?
Yes.
Can you tell me on November 20th how the shift started for you and for Benjamin Marconi?
Yes. Prior to November 20th, he had been asking me off and on for several weeks to get together with him for breakfast. And I kind of kept putting him off. He liked to take his meal break earlier in the shift, and I tried to get half the shift out of the way before I take a meal break. And
So finally, the Sunday before, I said, you know what, next Sunday we're going to do it. So he came in, we had roll call, everybody went out in the field to get some work done.
Can you tell me what time roll call was?
7:30
7:30
a.m. Yes.
Okay, so you do roll call and everyone disperses to go patrol the streets.
That's correct. Sometime later, I don't know exactly what time it was, 9:30 maybe, he swung back by the office and picked me up. We went and had breakfast. After we ate, he dropped me back off at the office.
Where is the office?
It's on Commerce, and it's, wow, you'd think I remember the cross street. I worked there 2 years.
Is that the one by Whataburger?
It's right there next to the Whataburger, yes, in the parking garage.
Okay, which is Presa Street.
Press up
Right,
between
the
Commerce
circle?
and Market, yes.
Okay, with the circle garage.
Yes.
That was remember. All right. So he dropped you back off, and then at what point did you get word that anything had gone wrong that day?
So he dropped me back off. I went into the office, grabbed my helmet, my gloves, filled up my water bottle, got on my bicycle, started heading to the Pearl, and I was just almost at the Pearl when I heard a call come out for the shooting downtown, and immediately started working my way back. It wasn't until I got back that I realized that it was Detective Marconi.
And when you had had breakfast with Officer Marconi or Detective Marconi that morning, was he in full uniform?
Yes,
And when he dropped you off and left in the marked patrol vehicle, was he in uniform then as well?
yes, he was.
Runner may purpose.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 13. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the patrol car that's assigned to the downtown bike patrol unit for the supervisors.
Okay. And is this the patrol vehicle that Ben Marconi was driving on November 20th?
Yes, it is.
How long had you known Ben Marconi?
So, I don't know exactly how to answer that because I didn't really know Ben Marconi. We never socialized outside of work or anything. When we'd pass in the hallway or see each other somewhere, we both knew who each other was. I knew him more by reputation than anything else. And then coming and going the times when he worked the bike patrol shift on the Sundays when I was there.
Okay.
But
At this time, the state would like to offer State's Exhibit number 13 into evidence and to...
Sure. No objections, John.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you. And so this State's Exhibit number 13 is what you identified as your supervisor vehicle that in fact Ben Marconi was driving on November 20th.
yes, ma'am.
So when you heard what happened, that an officer had been shot, what did you do?
I rode to the crime scene, and by the time I got there, Central Patrol had already had the crime scene protected, and I don't remember if the crime scene tape was already up at that point in time or if they were in the process of putting it up, but it probably took me 12 minutes to get from up by the Pearl to downtown to headquarters.
And did you participate in the investigation in any way, or was it just going to see the scene because he'd been on duty for you that day and to see what was going on?
I did not. The crime scene and the investigation, the initial investigation, was handled by the Central Patrol Section, and I had nothing to do with the investigation.
And so, about how long, just stepping back, did you and Ben spend at breakfast?
Probably 45 minutes.
And do you remember where you went?
I don't remember the name of it, but it was a Mexican food restaurant on Fair Avenue at 37, right across the street from the Home Depot.
And y'all had traditional breakfast?
No, he had lunch. Yeah.
Which was what?
He had enchiladas. I don't remember if there was something else on the plate or not, but I remember commenting about he always takes his meal break early, but he has lunch instead of breakfast.
All right. And so, you're not sure how long he worked these shifts for you, but it was several months.
Yes, ma'am.
The exact time that you and Ben went to breakfast,
I don't.
would it be something that one could see on that patrol vehicle's Cobian unit? Possibly. Well, I mean, just the movement towards breakfast or what have you.
Probably not, because unless the lights are activated or emergency tone or something like that activates that recording, it just records over itself. So, I mean, one of the texts might have a different answer, but I don't believe that that's possible.
That car, specifically your car, it was equipped with Cobian system, correct? The cameras?
You know, I don't even remember.
You don't remember?
I rode a bicycle all the time. I know you can't tell it now, but I didn't drive a car very much.
So even though that car would be the one that you would use, you weren't one that really used that car.
Right.
It was more people working overtime, such as Ben Marconi.
That or the officers would use it if one of the other assignments that we got quite often required like 4 or 5 officers at a place for a political rally or something, and they wanted bicycles to, secure the neighborhood. So we would let the officers take that car to get there. So it was used quite often, but actually very seldomly used by supervisors.
I'll pass a witness at this time, Your Honor.
Lieutenant Walker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm Raymond Fuchs. This is Soil Pebbles and Danny Telecosta. I guess we just call it the meal rather than breakfast or lunch or whatever. Was this something that was pre-planned, or was it something y'all talked about after you started the shift?
No, it was pre-planned. I had told him that the previous Sunday that I would go to lunch or the meal with him that Sunday.
Right. Okay. Is there a way for officers though to communicate, not over the radio, but is there some, do y'all text each other, for example?
I'm sure he probably just called me that day.
Okay. And there's also a thing called a mobile data terminal in the patrol car?
Yes.
And that unit that I think it was Station Exhibit 13, that would have had one of those in it as well?
It should have.
And can officers use that to communicate with each other?
Sure.
Okay. But on this particular day, you don't recall whether any of that happened?
Well, no, I know it didn't happen as far as getting with me because I didn't have a mobile data terminal. And
okay.
So.
And there was no texting between the two of you either?
I can't say for sure whether there was texting or not.
Okay. There could have been, maybe, maybe not.
At some point in time, he had to reach out and say, I'm on the way, and so I walked outside.
I was going to say, somewhere y'all communicated with each other when y'all were apart.
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time state calls Rose Tubbs.
Everybody on the jury, okay? Swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court, please.
My name is Rosalia Hobbs, Rozalia, last name Hubbs, and I'm a custodian of records and paralegal for San Antonio Police Department Communications Unit.
State.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hunt.
Good afternoon.
If you would, tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where are you from?
I was born in Romania, and I moved to the United States in 2007.
Okay, and what brought you to San Antonio?
I married my husband. He was a soldier, and we met in Austria while I was visiting my family, and he was in a mission, I can say that.
And at that point, once y'all got married, you said in 2007 you moved to the United States?
Yes, we are stationed in Germany for about 2 years.
And then what brought you specifically to San Antonio?
When my husband retired, we needed a place to move, and I just picked San Antonio. I read about it, and I like it, and I just want to live here.
How long have you been in San Antonio? When did you move here?
I moved in 2015.
And at what point did you begin working for the San Antonio Police Department?
On June 6, 2016.
June 6th of 2016?
Yes.
And in what position did you begin at the San Antonio Police Department?
It's the same position as I'm today. I'm a paralegal and custodian of records for the unit.
And you said since June 6th of 2016, you're a paralegal and a custodian of records. And what records are you the custodian of?
I'm the custodian of records for all the 911 audio, radio transmissions, and the text to 911.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to the 911 calls associated with SAPD assignment number 16253595?
Yes.
And that particular assignment number, SAPD 16253595, is that associated with the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
Yes.
When calls come in, how are they assigned a particular case number or assignment number?
When a call comes in, initially an incident detail report is generated automatically by our software. So each call gets an incident detail report. And at the end, when the case is not active anymore, a case is issued. So all the incident going to go under one case.
And how is it that the different calls, if calls are coming in, because they come into a dispatch center, is that correct?
Correct.
And so how are different calls that are either coming in, say, minutes apart or at the same time, how are those then logged or connected to a particular assignment number?
It's the dispatcher that notice either by the notes that are entered on the IDR or by the location. and then they know they are connected, so they're all connected under one case number.
And how many dispatchers are there for the San Antonio Police Department?
Dispatchers or call takers?
What's the difference then?
Well,
Explain to the jury.
the call takers takes the call, the 911 call or non-emergency, and then it's sent to the dispatcher for each channel, for North, South, Central, Peru. So then, by the address, they know where, in what station. No, sorry, in what the area is and what channel they're gonna send the police officer from what channel.
So in the city of San Antonio, with the San Antonio Police Department, the police department is broken up in different sections, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And so how many sections are there?
If I'm not mistaken, 6.
And so it's North Patrol,
North, Central,
Central.
East, West, Peru, and let me say
South?
South.
okay.
Yes.
So North, South, East, and West, and then Central Substation, and then Crew Road Substation.
Yes.
Is that correct? And so when a call comes in, it's taken by a caller?
A call taker,
A call
yes.
taker. And then from there, they relay that information to a dispatcher.
Yeah, the correct channel.
Okay, so they know whether to dispatch officers in the particular area where the crime has occurred.
Correct.
So I'm going to show you an approach in a moment. Show you some CDs that are pertaining to the 911 calls that are connected to SAPD number 16253595, the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 14. Do you recognize that particular CD?
Yes.
Okay, and how is it that you recognize it?
I initial and dated after I listened to the CD and the audio.
The audio of it, right?
Yes.
It's just audio. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, there's no video on any of these. It's just an audio of either the 911 call or one of them is a dispatch call. Is that correct?
Correct.
Between dispatcher to dispatcher.
Between call taker and a supervisor.
Okay, between call taker and supervisor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 15. Do you recognize that?
Yes. It's the same. A CD that contains audio related to this case. I initial and dated.
State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize this CD?
Yes. And I initial and I dated after I listened to the audio.
State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize this CD?
Yes, and they're all the same. I initial on July 1st after I listened to the audio.
And State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize this CD?
Yes.
Again, it has your initials
Yes, it
and
has
the date.
my
you
initial
listened
and the
to.
date.
And each of these State's Exhibits 14 through 18, these 5 CDs, you listen to them in their entirety?
Yes.
Okay. And these are calls. 4 of them are 911 calls, and one of them is a call from a call taker, the 911
Yes.
call taker, to a supervisor.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these calls, they're kept in the regular course of business at the San Antonio Police Department.
Yes.
Okay. The calls are recorded at or near the time of the transmission. At the time, meaning at the time the call is coming in, it's being recorded.
Correct.
Okay. And is it the regular course of business at the San Antonio Police Department to keep these calls for a period of time?
Yes.
Okay. And on these calls, State's Exhibits 14 through 18, is anyone able to make any additions, deletions, changes to these calls, or are these the exact calls as they come in?
These are the exact calls as they came in.
Okay, and you know that because that's how the system is set up. Is that
Yes.
correct?
It is downloaded and you can edit.
You
It's
can
downloaded exactly the way that it came in.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to introduce State's Exhibits 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Yes.
Ms. Hudson, I want to direct your attention, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
To State's Exhibit number 16, which I will show you has the writing on it. State's Exhibit number 16 has the SAPD assignment number that's assigned to the capital murder of Detective Marconi, the 16-25-35-95, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then it has the call that came in at 11:39.
yes.
And then what does the 31 represent on the front of the seat?
That's the position, the seating for the call taker.
Okay.
When the call taker took the call, she was sitting on position 31 at the public safety answering port.
And so does each call taker have a unique position where they're sitting for a particular day?
Correct.
Okay, and so on this day, on November 20th of 2016, when this particular call, State's Exhibit number 16, came in at 11:39 a.m. to caller number 31, that would be the person sitting in the 31 seat.
Yes.
Okay, and who, having listened to State's Exhibit 16, who is caller number 31?
Her name is Viviana Cruz.
And when you listen to the CD, State's Exhibit number 16, did you recognize Viviana Cruz's voice?
Yes, I did.
Do you know Viviana Cruz?
I do.
Okay. And so you testified that this is a fair and accurate recording. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now let's look at State's Exhibit number 17. It's a 911 call that you've testified that you've listened to. It has again the unique assignment number 16253595. It has the time that the call came in, which is 11:42 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the, after the time, it has the number 03. And what does that number represent?
That's the position where the call taker is
Okay.
seated.
So the call taker who's sitting in position number 03 on November 20th of 2016, taking
Yes.
this particular call that came in at 11:42 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, and who is the person or the call taker listed as 03 that took the call and whose voice is in State's Exhibit number 17?
I do not remember since I think it's just appended.
Okay.
This is the one that sometimes they don't create a new key card.
Okay.
When new information comes in, it's just appended to the initial key card. So, but we identify by the SAP number.
Okay,
By the what number?
SAP, that's the civilian numbers
okay.
that we have.
And so is there a particular civilian that is connected to that number?
Yes,
And what is that number?
it's 106947.
Okay, so are you able to research and look it up and find out what civilian has that particular
Yes.
number? And then give us the name of the call taker who was 03?
Yes.
Okay.
If we're talking about this call, the one that was just appended, and I think that's
The one at
call.
11:42
Yes.
a.m.? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have State's Exhibit number 15 with the SAPD assignment number 16253595 that came in at 11:50 a.m. Call taker number 37.
So. I think this is the one that I was talking about, 11:50.
Okay, and what does that mean, the one you were talking about?
So there were two calls after, but since they didn't create a key card, I need to listen to identify which one is, because I only have one key card for this incident,
Okay.
which is the main key card created by Viviana.
Okay,
All the
so,
other one are appended, so I can't see the name of the call taker.
okay, so explain that to the jury, what that means. What is a key card? How do calls get appended to a particular key card?
So the key card, this is a key card, and it's created when initial call comes in. So in this case, when the first call came in about the shooting, Viviana created this key card. Any additional call after that, a call taker have the option to either create a new key card or append notes to the key card. When they append notes, that means they don't create the key card, so I can't see the name. I can only see that the number, the SAP number, which identify an employee with the city, but I can't see their name.
But you can go back and research and tell
Yes,
us?
and I can recognize by voice too when they answer and they say their name.
Okay, and so we can do that as well?
Yes.
Okay, and then looking now at State's Exhibit number 14. It says, 911 call, and it says 16 25 35 95. Again, the same SAPD number, assignment number on on these four CDs, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Is that right?
Yes.
And then it has 03.
Yes.
Okay. And I know you listened to this one again, or as well. And so States it has the caller as 03. And you previously testified about that one of these CDs is the call between the caller and the supervisor.
Yes.
Okay.
So I assume those are related since they're the same position.
Okay. And when you say those are related, you're referring to States Exhibit 14 and States Exhibit number 17.
Yes.
Okay.
So one is going to be the initial call that Viviana took
Well,
about the shooting, and one is going to be the call between Viviana and the supervisor.
so Viviana took States Exhibit 16, I believe. Caller number 31.
Okay.
Okay. And then States Exhibit 17 is the caller, the individual sitting in caller seat 03. And then States Exhibit 14 is the call from 03, the call taker 03 to the supervisor.
Okay.
Okay. And then finally, States Exhibit number 18, another 911 call that lists, it's States Exhibit 18, start time 11/21/16. It has a particular channel, 10_23_45. Can you tell us about the call on States Exhibit number 18, that particular 911 call?
Yes, this is the call received on November 21st at 10:23 from, can I give the name of the caller?
Well, not yet, right?
Okay.
We're going to have a hearing. Okay, so the call came in at 10:23
Yes.
from a particular caller, is that right?
Yes.
That's noted
On the key card.
in your key card as to who's calling?
Yes.
Okay. And then, do you know who took this call? Does it indicate who took the call?
Yes, the call taker is Tucker, Jimmy Tucker.
Jeannie Tucker?
Jimmy.
I'm
Jimmy
sorry.
Tucker.
Jimmy Tucker took the
Yes.
call? Okay. And the caller on States Exhibit number 18 is identified. Is that correct?
The caller, yes.
Okay. Now, the caller on States Exhibit, the first 911 call that came in, the one that Viviana Cruz took, States Exhibit 16, the call came in at 11:39. Is that particular 911 caller, the person who's calling 911, is that person identified on your key card?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the call that came in at 11:42 a.m., States Exhibit number 17, is that person identified on your key card?
I don't know if we're talking about this one at 1:53
Okay.
because, yeah, I don't have the key card, so I'll need to listen to see.
To the call?
Yes.
Okay. And then, that one then, States Exhibit 17 corresponds to the States Exhibit 14, the dispatch call that you listened to from the caller to the
Yes.
supervisor. Okay. And then finally, on States Exhibit 15, 11:50 a.m., caller 37.
Yes, so that's identified here.
Okay, that caller is also
Yes.
identified who's calling. Okay. So again, the state would offer into evidence States Exhibits 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, pursuant to the, and we can go through and name the callers. I don't know, I think the defense indicated they have an objection to these.
Yes. going to take up a hearing outside of your presence. Subsequent to that, we will take a short break, so I cannot tell you how long you'll be out. We'll let you know as soon as we need you.
All rights for the jury. You may be seated.
And we proceed.
Yes.
So Ms. Hutz, what I'd like to do is play these for you one at a time. So for purposes of this hearing, we'll start with State's Exhibit number 16, the 911 call, the 1139, taken by caller number 31.
Okay.
La dirección, señor. ¿Dónde? ¿Qué calle es? ¿Dónde está? Ahorita la que no me puedo caer. ¿Está por la calle 9 de Santa Rosa? ¿El hospital está ahí, señor? Sí, ok, gracias.
Okay, so for clarification purposes, State's Exhibit number, let me pull this out. All right, so the copy that was made for me has the wrong time and caller on State's Exhibit number 16. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I need to correct that since it hasn't been introduced into evidence.
Okay.
Hi, this is Cindy over here at the petition. I went ahead and reviewed it.
Here. So, State's Exhibit number 16, the call that we just heard.
Yes.
Do you know what time that call came in and who the dispatch is?
No, and this call doesn't have a key card. So sometimes when a lot of people are calling and the caller said the police is here, the call ticket doesn't create a key card. So that's the reason there's no notes of this call
Okay.
on the key card.
And that's State's Exhibit 16,
Yes.
is that correct? Okay. So then let's move on then to State's Exhibit number 17. So this one, let's listen to it.
Yeah, I think we got some 17 card on that though? Yeah, I did the 17 card. What's the one you got? The reference number is 624. Yeah, looks like I came in already. Okay, alright, just want to make sure that, you guys are okay? Alright, thank you. Alright, thank you, bye-bye.
All right, that was State's Exhibit 17. We'll play State's Exhibit number 15.
And City 911, this is Steve. Did you police, fire, or EMS? No, we went to downtown and we saw, I guess a police officer had somebody pulled over, and then there was another, like a Camaro, black Camaro behind it. And we just saw like a guy run up to the cop car and then run back to his car and reflected a light. Okay. And then because we were looking for a place to eat, and then we went around like a few blocks and then came back by and noticed that there was a bunch of police officers and ambulance and everything, so. Okay, you said it was a Camaro? It was a black Camaro. Okay, well, you didn't see the van and license plate, I'm sure you weren't looking, but. No, because I was stopped at the light. Okay. Do you mind leaving your name down? Yes, Tracy Kelly. Okay. All right, Miss Kelly. I appreciate it. I'm going to let the officers know. Okay. Okay, and your phone number is 512-688-0406? This is my son's phone number, but my number is 512-635. I will let them know. You didn't see which way, well, you didn't see him drive off or anything then, right? He just set up like around the police officer's car, and I was like, oh my God, something happened, and so sure enough, when we came around, there was a bunch of police officers there already. Okay. And it looked like it was a black man. Okay. Did you see what he was wearing, maybe? Like a black clothes, black hoodie, and black pants. Okay. Did you tell him himself in the? I don't know. We just saw that individual run to the cop car and then go back to his car. Okay. But my son said it was baggy jeans and not baggy pants. Okay. Yeah. So black jacket or? It was a black hoodie. Yeah. Okay. Black hoodie. Okay. Okay. I appreciate it, Miss Kelly. I'm going to let them know. Okay. I hope the officer's okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So that call, State's Exhibit number 15. It says 11:50 a.m. Caller number 37. Did you recognize the voice of
Yes.
the call taker?
Yes,
And who is that?
it's Steve. But he's not with the unit anymore, so he doesn't work as a call taker.
Okay. And do you know Steve's last name?
If I'm not mistaken, it's Ramirez.
Okay.
I know when I research, I know he's the one, and I know by the SAP number because I had to research the notes that he added on the key card.
Okay. And then the 911 caller identifies herself as Tracy Kelly. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's also on the notes.
Oh, and your notes too
Yes.
as well. Okay. Let's put in State's Exhibit number 14.
Yes. He just ran through the door when it was unlocked and just opened fire twice. Give me 1 second. How long was it? It happened just now, right? Yeah, just now. What is your name? Alexander? Where is he headed? Did you happen to be looked at it? He is now heading, is it south or north? South on Santa Rosa. You're at the fencing right now. Give me 1 second, okay? You all sorry? No, they're just pulled up. They're just pulled up. Okay, what does the man look like? He's what is his credit? He's black. Black, and what is the color of the model of his vehicle? Is it black? The confidence. The officer? Okay, speak with him. Is that black? Okay, the confidence. We're going to talk to him. All right, okay, there. Bye-bye.
So in State's Exhibit number 14, the caller identifies herself as Alexandria, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the SAPD call taker in State's Exhibit number 14?
Viviana Cruz.
Okay. And is Viviana Cruz, you recognize her voice, is
Yes.
that correct? And is she the one whose voice is heard on State's Exhibit 14?
Yes.
And is Viviana Cruz, the one who created the initial key card that started this incident detail report?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 14, is this the first, according to your records, the incident detail report pertaining to SAPD 16-25-35-95, the assignment number pertaining to the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi? Is this State's Exhibit number 14 the first call that came out?
Yes.
Or the first 911 call that came in, I guess is an appropriate way to say it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then, lastly, State's Exhibit number 18. And State's Exhibit 18 is what you've indicated as the call that came in the next day on October 21st of 26. I'm sorry, November 21st of 2016.
Yes.
Okay. Can we put that?
This is Tucker. Do you need police, fire, EMS?
Police, and I'm trying to go through y'all's hotline.
Okay.
And quite public, but it's been non-stop busy.
Okay.
I need to see if you guys already have notification on who the suspect was for the shooting on the officer.
Because it's a pending investigation, I'm not official. I don't know what information I can release and what I can't, because I haven't.
Because I got his full name, his vehicle, address, everything.
Okay. Let me, because I don't know if they caught him or not. So let me just send the information anyway.
They said they don't know if they caught him, but they're going to send the information anyway. So.
What's his name?
His name is Otis McKane.
You know how to spell his last name?
MCKANE.
And how do you spell his first name?
The Otis, O-T-I-S.
Do you know what his date of birth is by chance?
His date of birth is 11/8/85.
Okay, and do you know where he lives or any other information?
Yeah, I've got his address.
What's his address?
His address is 1236 Lombora. Let me see. It's Lombano.
Do you know this person personally, or?
He's asking if we know him personally. We told him some rules in Paris. only ones that were a vendor for those wheels that he had on that car. That's how we put two and two together.
Is there any way that I could get your name and number in case the detectives need to contact you?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Joseph?
You know what, I didn't, I know that they had a lot of information passing through here. They only had they didn't have a license plate or anything, did they?
I have the license plate as well.
Okay, what kind of car was it?
It's a 2011 Mitsubishi Deluxe. License plate is HJV 2098.
That's HJV as in Hotel Juliet Victor 2098?
2098.
2098.
Mm-hmm.
And do you he bought products from you? When did that happen?
That's why I have all the information on disclosing it to you, because we saw that if we had any information as far as on the tip line, what they call the tip line.
Okay.
And I've been trying to call all morning and it's been busy non-stop, so.
Well, when did
you guys direct?
When did he buy the tires from y'all?
He bought the merchandise. The contract was done on 9/6 of this year, and he just paid out last week.
So the last time y'all saw him was
Last week.
last week,
Thursday, I think? Is that right?
last Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just giving you the heads up that this is a third-party disclosure information. If you are going to need any other information, that you have to send an officer over there because I can't release any more information. Yeah, and I don't want to get in trouble or get fired either.
And what's the location where you're at?
We're at 813 Bandera Road. We're at the Renaissance.
Okay. I'll go ahead and send this on. I really appreciate you calling, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, he lives about 5 minutes from our location as well.
Okay. All right, I'll send it on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
So the court just heard State's Exhibit number 18. The caller identifies himself as, the 911 caller identifies himself as Joseph Hinojosa. And who is the SAPD 911 call taker?
His name is Jimmy Tucker.
Okay, and he identifies himself by his last name, is that correct, on State's Exhibit number 18? When he takes the call?
He says Jimmy.
Oh, okay, I thought you
Yes.
said Tucker, but okay.
Oh, Tucker.
Either way, right?
I think Tucker, you're right.
Okay, so he says 911, this is Tucker.
Yes.
And so, do you know Jimmy Tucker?
Yes, I knew him. He's not working for the unit anymore, but
Okay.
yes, I saw him at the unit many times.
Okay, and did you recognize his voice on State's Exhibit 18 as the call taker?
Yes.
If we can just have a moment. of this hearing, we are not going to move to introduce States Exhibit 17 and 16. 17 is the dispatch call from the 911 call taker to the supervisor. So we're not, and then we're not going to move to introduce States Exhibit 16. The state is moving to introduce States Exhibit 15 and 14, which are the 911 calls that came in that day, that morning, November 20, 2016. One of them at 11:39 a.m. Ms. Hubbs identified both the caller on States Exhibit number 14, the call taker is Viviana Cruz, and the caller identifies herself as Alexandria. States Exhibit number 15, the caller is Tracy Kelly, and Ms. Hubbs identified the call taker as Stephen Ramirez. And then on States Exhibit number 18, the call that came in the following morning from Joseph Hinojosa. Joseph Hinojosa identifies himself on the call. The call taker identifies himself as Tucker, and Ms. Hubbs recognizes the caller as well and identified him by his full name, Jimmy Tucker. So the state moves at this time to introduce States Exhibits 14, 15, and 18.
All right, response?
Well, Your Honor, as to States Exhibit 18, having heard it again, before I thought, it's not a 911 call. It may have been made to 911 as a phone call, but it is a witness statement. It is just hearsay as to what this guy knows based on these wheels he sold somebody. It's not a 911 call. It's a recorded statement of a witness. And therefore, it's hearsay.
All right, response on that?
Your Honor, it's our burden to show that this was the killing of a law enforcement officer in the line of duty. These calls explicitly describe that they see this is a police officer who's being killed. The defense argued that because we can't identify, and now excuse me, no.
No, I want to let you know, we're not objecting to those other two. So you don't have to argue about that.
Right, I mean,
Well, I'm only objecting to 18, that it's a witness statement.
For the purposes of 18, Your Honor, I would direct the court's attention to Davis versus Washington, 574 United States Supreme Court 813, decided in 2006, where the holding of the court was a 911 call describing an ongoing emergency is not testimonial in nature, and thus may be admitted at trial, and even if the caller is not available without violating the Sixth Amendment Confrontation Clause. This is, regardless of whether he wants to say maybe this person should have called something else, he called 911 because this person who had just killed a police officer was still on the loose. This was still certain. If that's not an ongoing emergency, I don't know what is. So Davis v. Washington, he cited earlier U.S. v. Edwards, which is a pre-rules of evidence case, and Davis v. Washington is certainly on point.
Well, for starters, Davis v. Washington is a federal case, and we're applying state law in this courtroom, I hope. And second of all, if that is an emergency, then you do not know what an ongoing emergency is, because it was not. This guy is not calling as giving emergency information. He is giving information of a customer of his to the police. I would think he's available as a witness as well. And if he's going to allow a statement like that, he has a right to confront these witnesses. It's a statement to the police. It is not an emergency phone call, Your Honor.
Davis v. Washington is a case out of the United States Supreme Court on the Confrontation Clause. And with regard to Texas Rule of Evidence 803, that says that present sense impressions and excited utterances, which those two calls certainly were, I'm talking about, okay, you're saying you're not objecting to that, but as far as the last one, That is directly, their argument earlier was that the confrontation clause was being violated. And unless they can tell the court what case overrules Davis versus Washington, which directly talks about 911 calls describing an ongoing emergency, it's not a violation of the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause. This is certainly an ongoing emergency. If it wasn't an ongoing emergency, why were they saying, this guy's still out there? We know who he is. There was a citywide manhunt for him.
All right, so States Exhibits 14 and 15 are admitted. As it relates to 18, the defense made an objection at the bench regarding hearsay. What would be the state's response on the hearsay objection?
As far as the hearsay objection to number 18, Your Honor, the number one, it comes in under a business records affidavit. It's number one, and the other thing is too, the holding of Davis versus Washington still applies to hearsay because these 911 calls are hearsay by necessity. That's hearsay, and the court is saying that comes in spite. It's not a violation of the confrontation clause. You can't have a 911 call without it being hearsay, and that so certainly.
Was 18 a 911 call? That, I guess you'd have to answer that first.
I'm sorry, sir. What would you say?
States Exhibit 18 a 911 call?
Yes, sir.
Response to that?
The call was made to 911. And when he's talking about an emergency, this would be like somebody calling, I'm following the guy down the highway. That's an ongoing emergency. This is the next day after the car had been put on television. This is not an excited utterance made near or at the time of a startling event.
Your question, Judge, was it a 911 call regarding an ongoing emergency? It certainly was. There was a citywide manhunt. This guy's face and car are plastered all over the news, and these guys are saying, hey, you know what? You're looking for this guy. We know who he is to help you find him. That is, by definition, an ongoing emergency. It's not like, oh, I'm following behind a drunk driver.
All right, State, is it your intention to call the tire guy as a witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then at that particular time, we'll take up your move to introduce that into evidence.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. All right, let's take a quick break. No more than 10 minutes, and we'll bring the jury back.
seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Again, I anticipate we'll go through no later than 5:30 on any particular day for other issues related to the logistics. All right. State, we were at your witness.
Thank you, Dan. All right, so. Ms. Hubbs, you notify, State's Exhibit number 18, and let me show you just so, I know you don't have all these memorized as to which is which, but if we take a look at State's Exhibit 18, the call that comes in on November 21st of 2016, we heard this call, is that correct?
Yes.
And after listening to State's Exhibit 18, but also more importantly checking the incident detail report, how did that call come in? Did it come in as a emergency 911 call or a non-emergency call?
It came to a non-emergency line.
Okay, and that was the following day, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, for purposes, Judge, at this time then I know we moved during the hearing, but for purposes in front of the jury, the state moves to introduce State's Exhibits 14 and 15.
All right. And those are admitted.
Okay. And can we play those to the jury?
Yes.
Yes. So for purposes of the court, the record, the state is playing first State's Exhibit number 14. And looking at your records, Ms. Hubbs, State's Exhibit number 14, the call that Viviana Cruz took as the 911 call taker, and the 911 caller identified herself as Alexandria. What time did that call come in on November the 20th of 2016?
It was at 11:39 and 11 seconds a.m.
Okay, and now I'm going to play State's Exhibit number 15.
Kansas City 911, this is Steve. Do you need police, fire, or EMS? No, we went to downtown and we saw, I guess a police officer had somebody pulled over, and then there was another, like a Camaro, black Camaro behind it. And we just saw like a guy run up to the cop car and then run back to his car. We reflected a light. Okay. And then because we were looking for a place to eat, and then we went around like a few blocks, and then came back by and noticed that there was a bunch of police officers and ambulance and everything. So. Okay. Did you said it was a Camaro? It was a black Camaro. Okay. Well, you didn't see any of the license plate. I'm sure you weren't looking, but. No, because I was stopped at the light. Okay. Do you mind giving your name then? Yes, Tracy Kelly. Okay. All right, Miss Kelly. I appreciate it. I'm going to let the officers know. Okay. Okay, your phone number is 512. This is my son's phone number, but my number is 5. Okay, I will let them know. You didn't see which way. Well, you didn't see him drive off or anything that night. He just set up like around the police officer's car, and I was like, oh my God, something happened. And so sure enough, when we came around, there was a bunch of police officers there already. Okay. And it looked like it was a black man. Okay. Did you see what he was wearing, maybe? Like a black clothes, black hoodie, and black pants. Okay. And I took him up in the. I don't know. We just saw that individual run to the cop car and then go back to his car. Okay. But my son said it was baggy jeans and not baggy pants. Okay. Yeah. So the black jacket, or? The black hoodie. Yeah. Okay. Black hoodie. Okay. Okay. I appreciate it, Miss Kelly. I'm going to let them know. Okay. I hope the officer's okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This has the call on State's Exhibit number 15 from Tracy Kelly. That call came in on November 20th of 2016. At what time, please?
The key, there's no key card for this, so the notes were appended at 11:53. So the call probably came 11:52, 50 seconds.
Okay, and when you say 11:52 or 11:53, it's a.m., is that correct?
A.m., correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you, ma'am. I'll pass the witness.
No questions, Judge.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
So can I go?
Yes. Yes, you're excused. All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Deputy Chief Hector Salas.
You have a seat. I'm going to swear you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
If you can introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Deputy Chief Hector Salas, and HECTORSALAS.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Chief Hector Salas, please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Hector Salas.
And what is your current position?
Currently, I just was appointed by Chief McManus as Patrol South Commander. I oversee South Patrol, West Patrol, and Downtown Patrol, which includes Bike Patrol as well, and oversee as well Park Police.
And when you say you oversee Park Police, the entire Park Police Division?
Yes.
South Patrol, Downtown
Downtown.
Bike, Central Patrol,
Central Patrol.
and then what is the other?
And West Patrol.
And West Patrol, okay. So what does that entail, supervising those different patrol units?
We coordinate as well as work with the captains at each substation. There's a substation commander at each substation. We manage them, and they manage the officers in the field. Provide guidance, leadership, objective goals for anything that the community needs. If there's a spike in crime, or if there's a community event that we need to go out to, that's pretty much what we send out. We do deal with the discipline for officers. If there's a complaint or if there's any type of line issue, they send it through the chain of command up to me, and then we make a determination on discipline.
And how many deputy chiefs are there at the San Antonio Police Department?
There's currently, we have a Patrol North deputy chief, and then we have a covert tactical deputy chief. So 4 deputy chiefs, or I think there's 6 because there's chief of staff, and 2 assistant chiefs, and then Chief McManus.
All right. Prior to becoming deputy chief, and in your current position, how many people do you supervise?
Directly, I supervise the 3 substation commanders and then the Park Police captain. But I oversee a total of almost probably about 900 to 1,000 officers.
Now, how long have you been a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department?
23 years with the city of San Antonio.
Okay. And would you tell us kind of briefly the different positions you've held over your last 23 years?
I started out as a officer on the street, working the west side. Worked various shifts, dog watch, daylight. Did B shift for a little bit, and then studied for promotion. About 4 years in, almost 5, I studied for detective, which is the next promotable rank. Got promoted, went to the crime scene unit for a little bit, robbery, and then property crimes. After detective, made sergeant. Sergeant wanted to go to a busy part of town, which is the west side of town. So I worked there on the B shift hours. So we have a lot of young officers, need direction. The city's busy that time. So I chose the west side of town. Stayed there for about a year on patrol, then went to the community service, which is our safe unit. Went to the community outreach and stayed there for about 5 years until I got promoted to lieutenant. Once I got promoted to lieutenant, I took over the crime scene unit and stayed there for 6 years.
And then as lieutenant in the crime scene unit, did you then go from there to captain?
Yeah, so 2012 to 2018, I stayed as a lieutenant with the crime scene unit. In 2018, I was promoted to captain. Then as a captain, I took over patrol division executive officer. So I worked with for the 2 deputy chiefs, and anything that needed to go patrol from the chief's office, is there any special projects, I would facilitate that and work with all the different agencies like TxDOT, Homeland Security, FBI. I was the facilitator for patrol. If anybody needed anything on the patrol side, they would come to me, and then I'd inform my deputy chiefs. I stayed there for almost 3 years, and then got promoted to deputy chief of Patrol South by Chief McManus.
Okay, so let's go back then to your time from 2012 to 2018 when you were lieutenant of the crime scene investigation unit.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what were your duties then as a lieutenant in the crime scene investigation unit?
I was the director of the crime scene unit, which included detectives and civilian CSIs. They pretty much do the evidence collection for the city of San Antonio. So any major crime, or even a burglary of a vehicle or burglary habitation, we have civilians and detective crime scene technicians that go out and collect evidence, gather, preserve a crime scene, take pictures, and make sure they document the crime scene, so that if we need it later for testimony in court, it's preserved and then processed.
And what you called civilian crime scene investigators, what are those compared to detective investigators?
Detectives, like I said, when I was promoted to detective, I spent some time in the crime scene unit. That was a normal rotation we would do, so that we learned how to process crime scenes. So if we became a robbery detective or a property crime, or even went to homicide, you at least had some tools in your belt that say, okay, this is the way to look at a crime scene. On this, that's for detectives. So detectives can go through the crime scene unit, but as civilians specialize in forensics. Either computer forensics or they specialize in just forensics in general, like in college. So whenever we hired, we had about 70 at one time, and then it dwindled down to around 50 when I was there. But it's both civilian and sworn. But the civilian technicians, what they do is process evidence. Their main focus is the processing of crime scenes and gathering evidence.
And so, being the lieutenant of the crime scene unit, and we'll direct specifically the civilian meaning non-police.
Non-sworn.
Officers, right? Non-sworn officers, but they are employees of the San Antonio Police
Yes, ma'am.
Department. And so part of their evidence collection is they photograph a scene, they collect evidence, they maybe do swabs. There's a videotape the crime scene. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah,
Some of their duties?
those are most of the duties, but they get specialized training and different levels so that they become reconstructionists eventually. But they start out as a crime scene one, which is photographs. They do swabs. They do fingerprint. They do diagramming. They also learn how to operate the Leica machine, which does a digital scan of a crime scene so that you can view it at a later time. But they do receive a lot of specialized training.
Okay. So going back to November 20th of 2016, Sunday, were you working that day?
I wasn't. I was off, but I was called in for another officer-involved incident. That I was there just checking on my folks, making sure that they had what they need for that call. And then since it was a prolonged amount of time, I wanted to make sure that logistically we were ready. That if we needed to bring in an oncoming shift, they were available. But they were all good. They were processing the scene, and once I knew, I checked in with their supervisor, and if they were okay, then I was going to leave for that day.
Okay. And when you said you were going to leave, where were you leaving from?
I was leaving from downtown.
And where is the crime scene investigator office, the office that you were lieutenant of at the time? Where is that office located?
That's downtown on Frio Street, right next to the magistrate's office.
Okay. So it's located on the other side of 35 from
Yes,
the
ma'am.
San Antonio Police Headquarters?
Yes.
And it's very close by.
It is, yes. It's probably maybe a block or two away.
And how, at some point then you're leaving, and when do you get the call that you're needed back at police headquarters?
Yeah, Sergeant Lasoya had called me and stated that we had an officer that had been shot and I needed to return and to facilitate or help out with the crime scene. Normally what I would do is if there's any type of co-band or any type of video, I would assist if needed. Sergeant Lasoya would manage the scene as a supervisor, make sure he had enough personnel, and then I would come in behind him and see if he needed any additional work since I was available and I wanted to help out if I could.
And Sergeant Lasoya, does Sergeant Lasoya work for the crime scene unit?
He does. He's one of the supervisors on daylight.
Okay, and so you're the lieutenant, and then under lieutenant were the sergeants?
Yes, he had a total of 6 sergeants that worked A, B, and C shift, and their hours run through daylight B shift, which is like a 1:30 to 10:30 shift, and then a overnight shift.
Okay. So Sergeant Lasoya calls you and tells you to come back, is that correct?
He did.
Okay, and are you notified at that point what you're coming back for?
He just said, we had an incident, we're going to need additional help. So as the director of the crime scene unit, I have that it's within my capacity to say I need to hire oncoming or request shifts that from the oncoming shift, bring them in on an overtime basis. So he let me know he's probably going to need help. So I started notifying the B shift. So that was the daylight. Daylight was working from 6 to 2. So I started notifying the 2 to 10 shift that we need additional personnel to help out with the crime scene since there was already a crime scene being worked already as well.
Okay, so the crime scene, the original one, you said the A shift, that's, say, the morning shift?
Morning shift.
Begins at 6 a.m. or so?
6 a.m., yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it ends around
2
2
o'clock.
p.m.?
Mhm.
Okay, and so that particular crime scene was, crime scene investigators were investigating the...
Officer-involved shooting.
The capital murder of Detective Marconi.
But no, that was there was another officer-involved
Okay,
case.
so something else, okay. But then some of the other CSIs were called to
Called.
the front of police headquarters.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, at what point, so you learned though through a call from Sergeant Lasoya or from the E-Town about Detective Marconi?
No, I was ready going home. I was headed home, and I think if I remember correctly, I was picking up lunch for the family and the kids. And if I'm not mistaken, I was at a Jimmy John's, and he calls me, "Hey, you need to come back. There's been an officer-involved case." So once he let me know, turned my radio on, and I was headed back to headquarters.
Okay. And what was your role then when you arrived at police headquarters?
Sergeant Lasoy was managing the crime scene where the incident happened. Lieutenant Bell, who's the shooting team commander, notified me and said that we needed to pull Coban. We needed to make sure that the video was taken and downloaded. So that's what I did for at the crime scene.
Okay, and so when you got to the crime scene is located where? What is the address of the crime scene?
It's on Santa Rosa, 315 South Santa Rosa.
Okay, 315 South Santa Rosa, that's the location of the San Antonio Police Department, what's called the Public Safety
Headquarters. Yes, ma'am.
If you'll wait till she
Okay,
finishes.
sorry.
Thank you so much. And she has to take down both what we're saying, so it's hard to do that. So the location of the Detective Marconi's shooting, where he was shot, at 315 South Santa Rosa, is that located here in San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to
It's 19.
We'll be already marked. So, Lieutenant Salas, when you, I'm sorry, Chief.
It's okay.
So when
I'm still getting used to it too, so it's okay.
Chief Salas, when you arrived at the San Antonio Police Headquarters at 315 South Santa Rosa, where did you go first?
I went straight to the vehicle where the incident happened, and it pulled the Coban hard drive.
Okay. Tell the jury what Coban is.
Coban is the video recording equipment, if you would, that's in our San Antonio police vehicles. The officers sign in, the video passively starts to record, but anytime that there's ever a traffic stop or it's self-initiated activity, the video automatically comes on. So if those lights are turned on, the video's on. So any traffic stops, it's automatically recording. But in the background, it also passively records.
So the Coban's recording all the time. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
fair to say, whether it's actively recording with the lights pertaining to a particular either a traffic stop or an incident, or if it's passively recording that then needs to it's recording as well. But how do we know when something's passively recording versus actively recording? What's the difference?
The difference is passively is if you would like on a body worn camera, it buffers, so it's constantly going back. So once you hit the button, it'll go back 30 seconds since it's passive recording. Once it reaches that 30-second mark, anything else it gets automatically deleted. So in this case, passively recording means that it's just on. It's, if you would, like a live video, if you would, and it just records. There's no tagging of it. It's not needed if for some reason it's not related to a traffic stop. It just once you hit the lights though, it becomes it gets marked and then it's actually recording, and that's active recording.
Okay. Brian, may I approach?
Yes.
Deputy Chief Salas, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26 and State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize what's contained in these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this the patrol car that you went to that was parked on Santa Rosa Street facing south on November 20th of 2016, midday? And do you know what time you arrived? Do you know exactly what time you
Not
arrived?
exactly. I think it was, according to my report, 11:40. I know the vehicle was just like that. The only thing, it was the trunk open. I went there, and that's when I obtained the hard drive for the Coban video.
Okay. And do State's Exhibits 26 and 27 do they fairly and accurately depict the vehicle that you learned that Detective Marconi was driving and then subsequently was shot inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these pictures depict exactly how it appeared to you on, except you said the trunk was open on November 20th of 2016.
Exactly.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibits 26 and 27.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right there admitted.
Okay, looking at State's Exhibit number 26, if you can tell the jury what is shown in this photograph.
That's a marked police vehicle, and with the, is he correct, that's 7684.
All right, and so you said this is the mark. Is this the marked police vehicle that you removed the co-ban from on November 16th of November 20th of 2016?
It is.
Okay, and here's another angle of it. State's Exhibit number 27. Again, the same vehicle that you were called out to remove the co-ban.
All right. It is, and if I can correct it, 70684.
Okay, say that again.
It was 7084. I couldn't read it on the screen.
Sure. And 7084, that's the vehicle number, is that
That-
correct, of the patrol unit?
That's the vehicle identifier number, so it comes back to this vehicle.
Okay. And that's shown in State's Exhibit number 27?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then it's also shown in State's Exhibit number 26 on the opposite side of the vehicle. Is that correct, the patrol vehicle?
That is correct.
Okay. And looking at State's Exhibit 26 and 27, is that a marked San Antonio Police Department patrol vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
So looking at State's Exhibit number 26, you testified, and I'm standing here so I can hold this light so it will come down. But State's Exhibit number 26, you said that you had gone into the trunk of the vehicle. Does anyone have access to an officer's co-ban?
No.
Okay. And when I say an officer's co-ban, I mean the co-ban, the video system that is connected to a particular patrol car.
No, they don't. It's actually, the trunk is locked, but also when you open up the trunk, you have to have a specific key that's only issued to crime scene supervisors and supervisors on a department. So you actually have to have the key to take the hard drive out.
Okay. And so when you arrived, you said the trunk was open?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where was the hard drive?
Hard drive's still locked in the computer, if you would. It's a small computer that's located in the trunk of the car that connects to the video that's inside the vehicle. But the hard drive is inside the trunk. It's locked in a cradle, and you have to unlock it.
Okay. Did you, sir, have the key to unlock it?
I did.
Okay. And was it locked when you arrived?
It was.
Okay. So I'm going to, so looking at State's Exhibit number 26 that we've seen, I'm going to set this down. Now, how did you go about removing the hard drive from the co-ban? The co-ban hard drive from the patrol car that's shown in State's Exhibit number 26.
The video was shut down already, so there was no longer power going to the unit. When I recognized that, based on a light display, I removed the hard drive, secured it in my own possession, and I took it over straight to the central substation located on Frio Road to download it.
And explain to the jury how you go about downloading, or what that means to download the co-ban video from inside the patrol car shown in State's Exhibit 26 and 27, which is patrol car number 7084.
So there's two ways to download. There's a active download and a manual download, if you would. The active one is where any officer that drives around the substation, it automatically starts to upload via Wi-Fi. That wasn't the case because there's not one at the headquarters building, so you have to be able to one of the substations to actively upload on its own. So we had to do a manual download, which supervisors have been trained on it. If the capacity on a hard drive gets too full, the supervisors have to go out and manually download the video, and that's just what we do is take it to the substation. The substations have docking stations that are provided by Coban, and we just dock it. Once we dock the video, we log onto the computer, and it automatically is software driven. The software will show you it's being downloaded like 0 to 100%. Once it gets to 100%, we know it's been uploaded. It's secure on the server, and once it's secure, then we verify that it was there. On this case, I verified it was there by watching the video.
And when you said, and I know sometimes we use "we" as a matter of speaking, because you're referring to supervisors.
Supervisors.
That have the authority to do this. But when you testified just now about "we," are you referring to yourself then?
Yes. On this day in question, I did. I was the one that downloaded it. I verified that it was uploaded, and once it was uploaded, I verified that the video was on the server now.
Okay. So you unlocked it, the Coban from the trunk, you retrieved it, you personally brought it to the central substation, you downloaded it, and then you verified that it was in fact on the server.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, do you or anybody else have any type of ability to edit or alter or change the Coban in any way?
No, that's what the process for Coban is, that once it's securely uploaded, anybody that tries to access it, it's audited. So there's an audit trail that goes with it, and they make sure that nobody, whoever views it, they'll show their name on there. But there's no way you can alter the video at all.
And so how did you go about verifying that the Coban that you removed from the back of the patrol car that Detective Marconi had been driving was in fact, that it had been properly downloaded, and how were you able to verify that?
Once the video was at 100% and it showed that all the video that's on the hard drive was uploaded, I switched to our office computer, loaded the Coban software, and watched the video.
So, the videos, you said the videos that Stacy, you had a chance to watch the videos, is that correct?
That is correct.
If I could just have a moment to... The videos
They're right here.
Okay, thank you. I was looking for it. All right. So I'm going to start with State's Exhibits 19. State's Exhibits 19, 20, 21, and 22. Did you view the contents of each of these DVDs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, you wrote your initials, your badge number, and the date in which you watched them. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you also went through as you downloaded it, you said to verify that this was in fact the Coban video that you downloaded was in fact the Coban from Detective Marconi's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that right afterwards, is that right?
I did.
Okay. Are the images, the videos in State's Exhibits 19, 20, 21, and 22, in fact, the Coban that you downloaded from Detective Marconi's vehicle?
They are.
Now, in these patrol vehicles, they have, when you say Coban, Coban has in this particular patrol car specifically, the one that you testified to, or you identified in State's Exhibits 26 and 27, the photographs, there is a Coban video that's located where?
In the trunk.
Sorry, the Coban hard drive is in the trunk, but where are the cameras? Where are the video cameras? I guess I didn't ask that
Okay.
correctly.
Yeah, there's a camera facing forward that can pick up the view of the front of the vehicle, and there's a camera in the back seat. And normally vehicles that are transport prisoners have cages, so this would be to monitor the prisoner in the back.
Okay. And when you say it's in the back seat in this particular patrol car, where was the camera?
In the back passenger.
Okay, behind the
But,
driver.
yeah, back passenger on the driver's side.
Okay, and where is it located in the vehicle?
It's right above there's the window, and then the door frame is right above that.
Okay, and States Exhibits 23, 24, and 25. Did you have an opportunity to watch these DVDs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and States Exhibits 23, 24, and 25, are these, and let me just say, all of these, they have your initial, your badge number, and the date in which you watched them.
That
Is
is
that right?
correct.
Okay, and the ones that you watched initially were from the server, is that
Yes.
correct? At the
At the
central
substation.
sub, right? And these are copies that were made so that we can then present them in court.
That is correct.
Okay, and so you've watched all these States Exhibits 19 through 25 inclusive, and all of these 7 videos are ones that these videos are copies from the download that you performed on the vehicle that Detective Marconi was driving on November 20th of 2016, vehicle number 7084, that's shown in States Exhibits 26 and 27.
That is correct.
Okay, and have there been any alterations, deletions, changes, addition, anything made to these videos?
No.
Okay, and in your opinion, after following the correct steps in order to download it and then verifying that it was done correctly, and then watching these videos, do these videos, and you said they can't be altered, right? Okay, and do these videos show both the exterior Coban camera of that patrol car shown in States Exhibit 26 and 27, and the interior camera that's above in the back seat behind the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, at this time the state moves to introduce States Exhibits 19 through 25 inclusive.
Yes. Presidents, if you could return to the jury room for a minute, please.
All right, for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, so the jury's exited the courtroom. What's the issue?
Well, Your Honor, as I was saying, just to reiterate, I think that I don't know which two in particular. My understanding is that the code ban from the server, according to the testimony, is downloaded and it has to be broken into all these exhibits because it doesn't fit in one DVD disc. And so it has the whole shift that Officer Marconi was working on that day. And so then the portion of the actual shooting of Officer Marconi, our objection is that it's not relevant, and if it is relevant, its unfair prejudice outweighs its probative value on that issue.
All right, did you want to respond anymore?
The state's response, Your Honor, is the disc that Deputy Chief Salas testified, State's Exhibits 19 through 22, and then State's Exhibits 23 through 25, and the two groupings. One is the front Coban camera, one is the inside Coban camera, and these show the entire shift of Detective Marconi from the time he started until the time he was executed. I think it's important for the jury to see his shift, that he didn't come in contact, if they want to watch the entire one, he didn't come in contact with Otis McKane that day. It shows what time he begins, it shows his job and what he did that day, and then it shows, unfortunately, when he was murdered. The outside, that's the inside camera, shows that. The outside camera shows, again, what his shift and the patrol that he did. It also shows then when he pulled over Ricky Martinez, and when Detective Marconi gets out and speaks to Ricky Martinez, gets back in the car, and then shortly thereafter it shows the black Mitsubishi Velan pull in front of Detective Marconi's vehicle and enter the side of the parking lot. It is not our intention to. We'd like to introduce these should the jury want to play them at a later date, but we're not going to, for the court's time, play the entire shift for the jury. I mean, it would take us several hours to play. So we want them to have it so that there can't be an argument like, oh, well, he came into contact with Otis McKane earlier. He did, and it's verified on these Coban videos. They're highly relevant. They show the contacts, the stops that Detective Marconi made from the time he logged on that morning on November 20th, 2016, around 6-something a.m., 6:19 a.m., until the Coban was stopped and then downloaded after his death.
Your Honor, the problem that we're having with that is that the rest of the shift is not relevant. Okay, now the state is saying it's relevant. I don't see how the state gets to pick and choose, unfortunately, which parts they're going to play for the jury here, because then the jury's going to be able, at deliberations, to take all the DVDs back there, the whole 4 hours or however many hours there are, and yet we didn't play that in open court. I mean, I don't want to burden the court, but it's the state that's offering it. If they offered a 10-hour video, I don't see how we'd say, oh, well, let's just play 30 minutes here in open court and then give them the 10 hours to go play back there if they wanted to. It has to be published in open court. They can't edit it. That's the problem that they're creating by offering all these hours and then wanting to play only certain portions and publish in open court certain portions.
Well, Your Honor, we are not editing anything. The DVDs are already made, so there's no editing from the state's perspective. The state can play, if the defense would like us to. We could play the entire shift of Detective Marconi. I don't think that's in the best interest of the court's time and the jury's time, but I think it's important that the jury have that to see his shift in case questions arise.
I don't see how we can do that, Your Honor, where they get to offer something and then not publish it in open court. So that there's the secret evidence that nobody saw or whatever goes back to the jury. And it's not like, oh, the state and the defense wants it and the court's time, we're not offering it. They are.
Just to save a little time too, Judge, if later on, say, final argument in this case, it is stated that, well, this is an excerpt from a DVD and the state's position is, well, they could have shown it to you. Well, now we're put in a position where we're going to have to say, we're going to have it all shown under the rule of optional completeness. Let's do it now, not later.
But the difference is we're admitting it for the jury to see. They're having it. We are not, and we can play it all. We're happy to play it all, but I think it'll be a long time and the jury can see it. But it's not in terms of the jury not getting to see it. They're taking these back to the jury room with them. There's a DVD player. They can play it should they have any questions. They're there for their viewing. The defense has had these from the beginning of trial, so they know what's on these videos. So we are not editing anything. We are introducing them. And whatever we don't play, the defense can play the rest of it.
Well,
or we can play the whole thing.
What we're putting on the spot have to do.
All right, so I'm considering the objections. I've done the 403 examination and the balance on the record up at the bench. The objected to portions of the video are indeed very prejudicial, but they're also extremely relevant. And so the court will determine that they are relevant enough to outweigh the 403 objection. I'll overrule the defense objections, admit States Exhibits 19 through 25 in its entirety. All right, anything else? All right, let's bring in the jury.
All right for the jury? You may be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. We're going to make sure you get some exercise today. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Deputy Chief Solis, on States Exhibits 19 through 25, you have watched these, is that correct?
That is correct.
And there is no sound on any of these. Is that right? It's just video?
Just video.
Now, on these videos, the ones that show the Coban video from the front, States Exhibits 19 through 22, it showed the front camera. Where is that camera located on the vehicle?
It's right near the rear view mirror.
And facing forward.
Facing forward.
Now, the video is a continuous video. However, it's broken down when copies are made because the whole video can't fit on a single disc, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and again, the state's exhibits 23 through 24 saying that it's a continuous video, but they are broken down into individual CD copies.
Yeah, I think you consider like if it was a 10 gig file, the CDs are a gig each, so you got to put a gig on each one.
All right.
That's all I could.
And when you watch these, tell the jury what you see on these videos.
On the
generally.
Oh, generally it's Detective Marconi working downtown, patrolling. It's like he's, just driving around through the downtown. You see pedestrians driving by. He makes some traffic stops, goes out, talks to the citizens, and it's pretty much all you see until the event.
And on the videos that show the back of the patrol car, are you familiar with a toggle switch on those?
Somewhat familiar. I think it shows it like it's inverted. I think of it as, in my own, as when you look in the mirror, it looks like it's backwards, if you would. I know a lot of the newer software, when you take a selfie, it looks like it's correct because it has software in there that auto inverts it. So it's a mirroring effect, if you would. And the toggle switch, there's a way that you can switch that on those cameras.
And so it happened that on November 20th of 2016, when you viewed the video from the interior Coban of Detective Marconi's patrol vehicle, that the toggle switch was somehow switched so it showed an inverted view of it, or
that is correct. It almost looks like he's sitting in the passenger side, but he's really in the driver's seat because of that toggle switch, which I didn't know at the time. But as we started looking at the video, we realized, okay, it's something that the toggle switch might not have been switched back on.
And from being at the crime scene, there's no evidence that Detective Marconi was in the passenger seat when he was shot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that he was sitting in the driver's seat.
He was, yes.
Okay, and so but you downloaded. The download occurs just as it is, right? So if the toggle switch is such where it's on the inside video, Coban video, if it's switched to one side or the other, but it's switched to such where it inverts it or reverses the interior, that's how it downloads, right?
Exactly the way it happened.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to publish State's Exhibit number 19.
Yes.
So the video begins at what time, please? Around approximately what time?
About 6:20.
Okay, and when you say 6:20, 6:20 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the date of the video is?
November 20th, 2016.
And State's Exhibit 19 is the Coban camera from which particular location in the vehicle?
It looks like it appears to be the front view. Looks like he's in a parking garage.
And what appears to be taking place right now?
Right now, he's running through a check of his vehicle, making sure the lights are working. Looks like the overhead emergency lights go on and then they come off, just to make sure that they're working properly before he starts his shift.
So where is this particular garage? The San Antonio Bike Patrol garage?
It's somewhere off of Commerce, between Commerce and I think it's De La Rosa. Or Market. I think Market's the other street.
The Rosa turns into Market.
Market, yes.
On the backside. So we see now Detective Marconi pulling out onto, to begin his shift, is that correct? On
That is.
November 20, 2016, in the streets of downtown San Antonio.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, having watched the entirety, State's Exhibits 19, 20, 21, up until the last one, tell the jury what, and obviously they'll have all these discs to take back there if they want to watch his entire shift. At some point they'll have them, but having watched them, sir, tell the jury what is on these other discs in the front Cobain camera.
It's a lot of this. He's just patrolling through the downtown streets of San Antonio. You'll observe him making a few traffic stops. You'll see him probably park in a side street, just kind of monitoring traffic, monitoring activity out there. And then you'll see him pull out in the street again and just driving through the downtown San Antonio.
And are those duties of a San Antonio police officer?
Yes, ma'am. Patrol our streets, make sure everybody's safe, and just be visible.
So at this point, I'm going to stop State's Exhibit number 19. Now, State's Exhibit number 22. So it's 19, 20, 21, 22, 22. I'm going to put that in now. Which is the last disc of the, this continuous video, but it's the last disc that shows the traffic stop for Detective Marconi's last traffic stop. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now we're playing State's Exhibit number 22. So the video on State's Exhibit number 22 starts at 10:29 a.m. on November 20th, 2016. That's where this portion starts up after State's Exhibit 21, the previous video. it shows Detective Marconi. You said sometimes he stopped, is that right?
That's what it appears. You just stopped just watching activity going on.
All right. And so we're going to move the counter of the time to around 11:28 or so. At some point, do you recall, Deputy Chief Salas, that you see on this video the Firebird, the reddish black Firebird car, the Pontiac that Detective Marconi mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can see on this video around 11:31 a.m. the patrol car that Detective Marconi is driving is moving. Looks like it's buffering. So what street are we looking at?
I believe that it's Commerce.
We saw an orangish, reddish Firebird just drive by.
Mhm. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure why it stopped. When you watched it, it had it stopped.
Yeah, it looked like it's buffering or something.
freezing. Okay, let's try. Let's see if we can move this. There appears to be a brake light out, is that correct?
Brake light.
The,
A minor traffic violation, he's probably pulling over.
the right, okay. So looking out the front of Detective Marconi's patrol vehicle at the Coban, you said, his vehicle is facing south on Santa Rosa, and what is the intersection that we see in front of us?
That's Cesar Chavez.
And on Cesar Chavez, do you recall, if cars are coming, I guess it would be eastbound on Cesar Chavez, right? Are there two turn lanes where cars can turn north
As you approach Cesar Chavez?
as you approach? Yes.
Yeah, it's a left-hand turn, one lane going left.
Okay. So two lanes can take you in. We just saw, did you see that via bus and the other car turn? So two turn lanes can go north.
Going eastbound.
North on Santa Rosa.
North on Santa, okay, yes. Yes, ma'am, there are two turn lanes.
And we just saw the black suspect vehicle pull in front of Detective Marconi's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where is that vehicle heading?
It's headed through a secure parking lot that has a yellow arm that keeps people from coming in and out of it.
And the gate that the black sedan went through, was that you said it's a secure parking lot?
It
Was
is.
that the entrance or the exit?
I think it went through the entrance, but it was down.
And did you recognize that individual that just ran into you?
I didn't, no, ma'am.
And you can see the EMS unit taking off in the background. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
They're putting a crime scene tape,
Yes, ma'am.
and the purpose of that is
To
to...
keep it secure.
And looking in the background on the left side of the screen, you see a police car that's appears to be parallel on South Santa Rosa. What is the purpose of that vehicle being parked there?
Block off the roadway. We're going to have a lot of crime scene techs, a lot of officers working in the area to make sure that they're safe from any type of, vehicles coming into the secure area.
Is that Lieutenant Brett Bell we just saw up by?
Yes, ma'am. That's the shooting team commander.
I'm sorry.
Lieutenant Bell, that's the shooting team commander for this event.
So the Coban video keeps running until someone turns it off,
Turns it
is
off,
that
yes,
correct? And do you know who turned off the Coban video, or at what point it was turned off?
Yes, ma'am. That was turned off by Lieutenant Brian Sullivan. As you can tell in the video, it was very limited information, so we needed to get intel as fast as we could. So Lieutenant, he's a lieutenant now, Brian Sullivan, turned it off, tried to view, and there's a monitor in the car. It sits next to the camera, like a screen, small screen, if you would. Try to get some information. He wasn't able to get a plate number, so that's when Lieutenant Bell asked for a download.
And that's when you said Lieutenant Bell, it's the gentleman walking kind of towards the camera, he had a black, like, polo, a golf type shirt on with glasses that said SAPD. Is that gentleman?
Yeah, that was Lieutenant Bell as he walked across the front. He was the shooting team commander. He called me and said, we need somebody to get this downloaded, and he understood on critical incidents, CSI supervisors normally download the video.
And that's when you arrived to the scene and downloaded, removed the Coban and then downloaded it back at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I know we have to take a break soon. We have the interior video, so I don't know if we have time to show that, or if we...
We'll discuss that when I release the jury.
Okay.
All right, members of the jury, it's 5:24. We'll go ahead and release you for the day. Remember the instructions I gave you at the beginning of trial. They're going to allow to the conclusion of the trial. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any kind of independent outside investigation. Tomorrow, we're going to take up, as I told you before, we have a lot of other matters unrelated to this case, a significant amount of different things. We're going to take all those up during the morning, and then we'll bring you back and start this trial at 12:30 p.m. So make sure to have a lunch before you come in. I won't give you a lunch break tomorrow. We'll go from about 12:30 with this trial till about 5:30. Okay? So do your best to have a great evening, have a wonderful morning, and a very pleasant lunch. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:30.
You may be seated.
So transport downstairs at 5:30 then.
Yes, they are.
Wow. Couldn't be perfect.
I'm gonna hang on to these.
Sorry. We had the ability to, yes, so you can tell we work with them.